Hey everybody, welcome to Sunday. I love these Sunday night meetups because it's always so much fun. I love having these conversations with the different people that join in and hearing the different perspectives because we have people from all different walks of life. We have singles, we have people in relationships, new relationships, older relationships. Maybe they're married, maybe they're divorced. We even have some widows or widowers from time to time. So it's really cool to hear everyone's perspective because I truly believe that we can learn and grow from each other. Each week, I am joined by my group members, some of my friends, and some very special patrons. One of the perks of being a VIP patron is that you get to jump in whenever you feel like it and join the conversation with me and my peeps. So we are going to be doing that tonight. Tonight I'm going to have, I should say, I never know who I'm going to have join me tonight, but I have a lot of people who said they're going to be coming on. They're going to come in little by little. If you guys are watching on on YouTube, I'm watching you on my phone. So let me see your city and state. Oh, see, Easton already knows the drill. Big up from Jamaica. Hey, Jamaica. Big up from LA. And so I have Lady Poetess. Oh, hey, girl. She's tuning in from Cali, Cali. Hope it's okay to say that. But let me know where you guys are watching from so I can shout you out. I always want to give you guys love. So if you're new here and you see me like this, I don't have attention deficit disorder. I am looking at the comments here because I don't have the fancy one on the screen yet where I can do it from here. All right, so we are going to get right in here. Oh, and Jamise is joining from North Carolina. Very nice. Sai is joining. She said, hey, let's get this party started. Yes, ma'am. All right, so let's get back into it. I keep forgetting. I can actually click here. I just have to remember. You guys, I'm learning all this technology. So I can always click over here, mental note, and go here. All right, so I have a very special guest here. Let's see who we have here today with us. Hello. How are you? Thank you for joining me. All right, let me see if I can hear everybody. Hey guys, why don't you say something? I can make sure the audio is okay.
Hey, child. Can you hear me? Hello.
Good, I hear you. And the writing is so small. What is your name in the top? I cannot hear. All right, so I don't know if we're having some technical difficulties. If we got the microphone. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, there we
My
go.
name. I'm putting my where I'm from, Chicago, Illinois.
Oh, perfect. And if you're in here, you're in with the cool kids, so you can talk. You don't have to use the chat. You could just jump in. If you do want to chat, that's fine. But feel free to jump in. I have a saying. I say if you want to say something, just throw your elbow. Just put your way in there and jump in the conversation because we're all over the map. Would you like to share your name with the viewers?
Yeah, my name is Dory DeSalvo.
Nice to see you. Thank you so much. So I'm
This is my first time. This is my first time doing this.
Oh, that is so awesome. So are you joining via Patreon?
Huh?
I said, were you joining via Patreon?
Yeah.
Very cool. Thank you so much. Shout out. For those of you who don't know, I have my Patreon group, and it is beautiful people across the world who are supporting. I give them behind the scenes content and other little things, but for the most part, they are supporting me on my journey to create content for social media. And so all of this is literally possible because of people like you. So thank you so much. All right, so we are going to get into it. We're going to jump right on in, ladies. And I'm glad it's ladies because this would have been awkward with a bunch of guys. I'm going to start with the heavy hitting question. Look. Okay, let me stall a little bit. We got Crystal. Oh, hey, Crystal from Atlanta. I love her. She's so sweet. Drove me all over the city when I visited. Shay says, I hope I'm saying it right. Shay Amore. Oh, hey, girl. Hey. Dorinda's here from Houston, Texas. What's up, Dorinda? So we got a lot of the usual faces. So hi. All right. So it's funny. We have literally it's like all women so far. It looks like except Easton. Hold on. That name could be guy or girl. Let me not judge. But here's the question. Ladies, can you still enjoy intercourse? I will use my multisyllabic words here. Can you still enjoy intercourse if you have not achieved the O? Is that a deal breaker? Meaning, is it black and white? It's either good or bad, or is there a gray in between? Because we had this conversation with guys and their minds were blown. The fact that some women were saying that they could actually enjoy it. without having that. So if you don't achieve the top of the roller coaster, are you still are you still okay? Can you walk away a satisfied camper? And you guys are always welcome to plead the fifth. Don't ever feel pressured, because you know some of these topics are a little grown.
Cover for you or call you out.
Well, I'm married, and I've been married for almost 8 years, and I would definitely say yes.
Oh shoot.
Sorry, thanks for muting love with the background noise. Okay. You say you're married and what?
I would definitely say yes. Like, if you know what you're doing, you know, like, it's a whole lot of ways to the top, and it don't have to look one way.
I love it. I love it. Oh, Easton says, good night to all the queens on here. She said, yes, you can. It's only a deal breaker if you never have one the entire relationship. Yes, I would agree. Pit58 says, good evening. Danielle Kidd says, yes. Che says, I could still enjoy it as long as it's not always the case. Yes, and I think that's the best way of putting it. I think that it's kind of like a menu. For me, it's not like pregnant or not pregnant, you know, there's no in between. To me, it's like a menu. Like, there are some dishes that are great, some you want to, you know, have a little bit of, some you want to eat a lot of. But for me, I don't think I would walk away like angry or wanting a refund if it didn't happen. Now, like they said, if it never happened, that's an issue. But I think that a lot of times men forget how much we enjoy all the other items on the menu. So for me, it's the icing on the cake. It's not the entire cake. Because if I had the option of like just get the icing and I had to miss all the other, I don't know that I would just want the icing.
That's not gonna work for me.
Because I mean, I may as well just have the little, you know what I mean?
No,
I mean, at that point, you just wasted the whole man.
Yeah, nah, that wouldn't work.
Hey, girl. Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
Good. When I see you, it's just a whole mood. It's already just a mood. I am so here for you. You guys, we have this inside joke I have to tell you. What did you call it? My angry translator?
The angry interpreter.
My angry interpreter. So everybody knows that I am, you know, for the most part, politically correct. I try to keep it, you know, whatever. And so there are times that I may or may not say something in a comment or whatnot. And then my people are like, what she's really saying is... So we have this little joke. She will do it so funny and say everything that I can't say. Yeah,
I love that.
That's awesome.
I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
I know. Your sister looks a lot like you.
I know.
Let's see. Let's get these comments. Yes, because Patrice says, yes, it is also satisfying just knowing I put you to sleep like a baby.
Night.
Look, you need your pacifier. You good. Let me tuck you in. I'm just saying. You guys, I'm being all fancy tonight. I'm using my microphone for the first time because I actually decided to set it up and figure this out. I got all my technology and I'm super, super excited, you guys. I feel like a legit social media content creator.
Go, Yonci, yes.
So in case you guys were wondering what this was, my coach is going to kill me for having it on camera. I'm killing Jamie's. This is not a demonstration episode. This is just me actually being professional. And these don't do anything, but I should do it just because it makes me look really legit. You know, I'm like, yes, caller number 7.
I don't like
no one is not connected to anything. Okay, so ladies, anyone else want to chime in? Can you see, now that's what I get. Now I got lip gloss and hair mixed. They don't go together. Anyone else? Ladies, can you guys still enjoy intercourse or, you know, your fun time with your guy without achieving ultimate pleasure?
I mean, you can enjoy it, but is that fair?
For you?
Right.
Speak your mind, sister. Speak your mind.
I'm just saying, like, you can enjoy it, but, sir, you're not going to get your rocks off and I don't, too. That's not okay.
Oh, so what if somehow he didn't? Would you be okay walking away with both people, not...
I mean, if we both didn't really achieve it, then I'm okay with being like, all right, I'm tired, but,
okay.
You know.
But it sounds from your tone like you're a little bummed at that time. Like it's not,
that's
not what you paid for. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's not okay. Like I'm not wasting a good hump on not getting there.
Right. No Yelp review for him.
Yeah, no. But also that comes into knowing what I need to achieve. So I am good at saying, that hurt, we not doing that, or, no, let's switch, or,
Facts.
Yes,
Because here's the thing, at this, I'm too old for bad sex.
Now, this is what the guys were surprised by. So we were talking, and for those of you who watch, we're talking about a group. We have a group of friends, and we just chat all day long. So that when I say we, that's what we're talking about. It's not me, myself, and I, my split personalities. She said, "Don't." Chaz said, "Don't do this." Yes, because it's okay. The goal is to let her reach her peak. Okay, so I told one of the guys, I said, and what you don't want to do is say, "Did you get it? Did you get it? Did you get it? Did you get it? Did you get it now?" Like.
If you don't know, it didn't happen.
Correct.
Look, because most women are not like this. They will let you know in other ways. So if you can't pay attention, and it's like, who wants that pressure? So, hey, what's up, Tony? How you doing?
How you doing?
Oh, so we started off real grown this evening. Usually I try to ramp up into it, but tonight I was just like, blah, we just gonna get right into it. Since we're on the grown-up conversation, I'm gonna just jump right into the second one. Did anyone else want to speak their piece before I moved right along? Okay, we're gonna let that silence be a no. The other thing is, ladies, are you less inclined to pleasure your partner orally if it is on request? If you had a preference between you initiating and just blessing him with your goodness, or him saying, babe, is there a preference, or is it equal for you?
Let me make the decision. Yeah, because like you asking for it, I'm gonna be like, oh, fine. I'm sorry. Like, but,
It's like a waitress asking for a tip. I mean, you were going to get one, but...
Now I'm going to give you a tip, and it's going to say when it rains, use an umbrella.
You know what?
What? That's a tip. It is a tip.
Oh my God, no pun intended. No pun intended. I said no pun intended.
I'm just saying.
Oh my God.
Things work.
It's too funny. Anyone else have any? Let's see what the comments say. Chavez, you don't want to ask. Big brother coming up in here. What are we talking? Look, what are you talking? What are we talking about? So we are. I don't know if I want to repeat that. We are talking about female partners gifting their male partner by offering a service there. Whether a woman enjoys it more if it was her taking initiative or if she had to be asked. Some other guys were like, "Wait, if you don't ask, how do you get it?" And I said, "Oh, baby, you might need to check who you're with."
If you're not never getting it without asking, some problems go.
No, I think it goes back to the conversation. Like when you are dealing with somebody and you want to be intimate with them, a conversation needs to be had. I think people just jump into intimate spaces without having the conversation of what does intimacy look like for you.
I am so glad you said that.
What are the things that you are for and against?
Man.
Because I know people who don't like to do that. And so if they're a person who does not or is not comfortable or whatever, those conversations need to be had. So that way true expectations can be set. So nobody's little feelings are hurt.
Not their little feelings.
Little feelings, listen. That's on both sides. Because some women and their little feelings get hurt, and some men and their little feelings get hurt. But if you never had the conversation to say, hey, example, I only climax if oral is involved, and then you're mad that he never does it, but did you tell him? And vice versa. Like, I enjoy oral, and you never say to her, hey, this is one of the things I enjoy when we're in an intimate space. You can't get mad if she doesn't do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's unrealistic expectations when you don't have a conversation. So
I absolutely love that you said this. And part of this is coming out and it started to come out already in the video series. Shameless plug for Cabs and Combo comes out on Thursdays with Tony Massey. Yes. But in that episode that I'm about to drop this coming week, or did I already drop it? I don't, I get my days confused. But this book, which I don't get paid for, this is not a paid sponsor. I genuinely like this just because. But it says, don't you dare get married until you read this. The Book of Questions for Couples, more than 500 points to ponder before you live happily ever after, from love to Love and Sex to In-Laws, Exes, and Dirty Laundry. And this is a book that it is my Bible. It will give you questions that you didn't think, and I am a freaking question asker, clearly, like I do questions all day long. But there are things that I didn't even think about. And so actually that was one of the things I wanted to go over today, is just to give you guys a little teaser. And I still want to hear from the others of you if you have something to share. But let me just tell you some of these questions, because I like to ask partners this. This is really important stuff. One of the questions that I thought was freaking brilliant was, what do you prefer in bed? Do you like to be a talker, you know, or do you like silence? And for a talker, silence is really weird and annoying. And for a quiet one, yes, girl, hey, turn up. The whole vibe just went up. My squad is in the building.
Savage.
We're talking about sex, so put the kids away.
I'm mad you whispered.
Listen, that one right there is trouble. I just want y'all to know.
Trouble with the cutest smile, right?
Yes, like she's so sweet looking, but I'm telling you now.
Come correct.
Hey, don't you
Hold your
listen,
mule,
don't
hold
be
your
telling
mule.
nobody. Don't tell nobody. Don't ruin my good girl image out of here.
Look.
40 years now, don't-
What's up, Jay? What's up? Y'all don't understand. Okay. So
I
here,
want to answer your question, Yonci.
Please.
So
Hi, Tony.
I think
Hello.
communication is so key, and I think that even in your partner asking for it, they are communicating to you what they want, and like they get to communicate to you what it is that they want and need, just like you want to communicate with them what it is that you want to need. I don't want to hear it every day, but you.
I'm trying to
But
cook breakfast, babe.
like if you send me, I got a text the other day, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's time. And I'm like, I got you. You know what I'm saying? And I think that is so important. It's I want like, especially within long-term relationships, marriages, whatever it means to you, to continue to be open and continue to have that conversation. So Terry was talking about having that conversation. And initially you might like certain things, but every so often you need to be having a reevaluating conversation.
That's good.
All right, I don't like that no more. Like,
Or I don't like that as much.
that ain't gonna do it. It was cool when I was 18. I'm 33 now. I ain't all right.
It's sore now. I can't. No, I'm
It
sweating.
changes.
The recovery time is longer.
It
I
changes.
have a question.
Hey, boo boo.
In the book, do they talk about religion? Because this is something that surprised me, that some people don't have the conversation about religion before they get married.
Yeah,
And
that's
then,
crazy.
okay, like I was watching Housewives of Salt Lake City for once, right?
Girl, that's
That's so funny.
Hey, hold on. The one girl
Hey,
is, she's like, I was brought up Mormon, right? I'm brought up Mormon, and she marries a black man, and they get married, and they have these 2 kids. And like 5 years in, she's like, well, why don't you convert to being a Mormon? And he was like, you don't know, like they didn't accept black people into the 70s, so no, I'm not going to be part of your religion. And then she was like, okay, well, I can't be a part of a religion that doesn't accept my husband and my
You're
children.
5 years
So
in.
I'm going to convert to, being a Muslim. And I'm like, how did you date and get married and have kids and not have this conversation? And that's not the only time that I've seen that. There was some other reality show years ago where a man and a woman, kind of differed on it. I'm like, y'all didn't think you had this conversation at all? And so at the courting phase, the engagement,
You know
before you had kids,
why? You know why they don't do that though? I think a lot of people subconsciously don't want to burst the bubble. So it's like, if we don't go there, if we don't broach the subject, love will just make it all work
That
out.
makes no
Love
sense,
ain't enough.
Yonci. Nah.
Girl.
But then
don't
also
make
you got to
no
think some
sense.
people don't practice their religion, so it's not at the forefront of their thought.
True.
Because like I know people who are Jewish and they're not practicing.
Yeah.
And so then when it comes down to it, when they go to say get married or do things, they're like, oh wait, I guess we should discuss this because technically I am, even if I don't practice. And then that's when the conversation comes up. So I could see that being a thing if you're not so fully immersed in your religion and active in it.
Yes.
It's not a priority on your list early on until something happens where you're like, oh, wait.
Yeah.
Like, say a Christmas comes up and you're like, oh, wait, we don't celebrate that. You know?
Right.
No, that's
Yeah,
a very
Yeah,
good point.
it's just a thing.
But
Yeah,
that goes
that's-
back to that like reactive conversation rather than proactive conversation. Like, why are we waiting for things to happen before we're willing to have the conversation?
Because they want to be in a relationship so bad that they don't care anything about, our differences of opinion. They just want to be with somebody. I need somebody to post on my social media.
Not the social media.
And you do. Yeah,
And
social media has us out here thinking that single is the worst thing in the world to be.
Look, leprosy.
And
really?
We need a Buddha post. Yeah, like I'm
I'm
not worth anything if I can't get these couple likes. What? So
if I can't be hashtag couple goals.
Yes.
Can be exact.
Clutches pearls.
I know people who should have broke up 5 years ago and they steady posting on social media. And I know y'all hate each other. Like, what?
Right.
Why y'all still together?
Yeah, I know a couple like that.
Y'all see why she the savage? Y'all see? Look what she just said.
She's telling your girl, LaShante, did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, you did. Thank
you telling the whole truth. Like, that's ridiculous. But who got time to be unhappy all day to post a picture on Instagram?
Let me tell you something. I get hit in my inbox at least once a week when somebody asks me why I'm single. I'm like, because I'm not putting on for y'all. Like I'm having the real conversation. I'm doing my due diligence. I spent 10 years in a marriage. It was rough.
Look, because
I would never go through that foolishness again with anybody. And if I can't find a man that's consistent and doesn't want to be good to me and knows how to be faithful, then I'm out. I'm like, y'all think I really can't meet a guy? I meet guys all the time.
They came for me when I tried to say that.
Yes, if I just want to be in a relationship to appease people, I can be in one tomorrow.
Throw your arm in, Doris. Throw it in there. Jump in, girl. There you go. I told her she got to jump in. You got to jump in like double dutch.
I'm looking for a boyfriend.
That's right, girl.
I haven't found the right one.
Yes. But you know what? There's no shame in waiting because I'm telling you, I did 12 years hard time in my marriage. And I've been
hard time. That's what it feels like, though. Don't act like the end of it didn't feel like you were born
Anybody
labor.
wants my phone number, Jay or Tony?
Yes.
Shoot your shot, sis. Shoot your shot.
Yes, shoot that shot.
Tony, my phone number is
Joyce say y'all better come on and get this.
567-3494.
And get this good
number.
She gonna make me cry.
I will change your life right quick. Come get your life changed right quick.
I can't breathe.
No. Come get your life changed right quick. I'm here for it, Joyce. I'm here for it.
Actually, Doris, right? Doris, am I saying?
Dory.
I'm so sorry. The font is so small with my broadcast software. Dory, I'm so sorry. So you guys, here's the thing. True story. So this guy approached me and in my DM. He slid, in the DM, but he slid in properly and no damage caused. And so I said, okay. I said, please state your business. And y'all know who know me. I'm not joking. I said, please state your business. How can I help you? Let's get to it. And he let me know that he was here to fraternize. And I wanted to know to what degree. He said he was looking for a wife. I said, you may proceed. From there, I said there are a few exploratory questions because he wanted the phone number. I was like, well, that's next level. So we have a series of questions that we need to get through in order to proceed. And he answered all of them correctly without an attitude, because that's the other test, without an attitude. And that's you got to, because there's so much foolishness. If you just entertain everybody who looks at you. And I think if you don't, one, know who you are, two, you don't know what to ask for and what to look for, and three, you're going to take whatever you can get because there's a level of desperation, God forbid. And so these questions, I feel you might not necessarily say, I don't want to be with you anymore after you get these questions, but it will make you take a hard look and you can start to prepare ahead of time. The reason why I brought up the talking in bed thing, thank you, sir. The reason why I brought up the talking in bed thing is, can you imagine if you had gone like 6 months or a year and you thinking that you're being sexy, like, oh yeah, baby, whatever. And then the guy is just, And then you find out after you start asking these questions that he is horrified. Like I heard one guy say it's like being with the sports announcer and he makes the 10-yard line and he's approaching that. And I'm like, oh my God. But for somebody else, it's like amazing. Like, yes, that's what I want. Woohoo. But can you imagine if the whole time you're thinking you're on the same page and it's like, how do you broach that? There's not really a comfortable way post, wham bam to be like, yeah, so all that screaming and calling out my name, like I know what my name is, you know what my name is, there's really no need to, say my name multiple times. Like that's awkward to have that conversation after. So I think one of the good things
We in
I
review
think women
every
are
time.
timid.
So
I
what
think
you
women are
liked
timid
about
sometimes.
tonight, what you didn't like. All right, what we doing next time?
we have a
But we're
6-point
not-
evaluation.
We're not taught to be aggressive in bed. We're not even taught to tell men what we like.
No.
Like we're supposed, a lot of the times, the conversations that most of us had, like in our youth, is not even about sex or broaching the topic or even figuring out what the hell we like. Like it's so taboo for a woman to even express what she likes.
About to give me some water.
And
guys.
we don't have those conversations until we get much older. And I mean, it's like
I
are
don't know,
we supposed to
child,
be
maybe-
satisfied?
You
But
know
you got
what?
40-year-old
I had
women
a
talking about they ain't
different
never had an
experience.
orgasm.
Child, Lord, I
Yeah.
feel sorry for them.
I think that the reason why, I'm going to say this quickly and then let someone else speak. I think the reason subconsciously that a lot of times we as women we're more passive and we don't ask for what we want as much is because we, since we were little, were preached the idea, taught the idea that like we need to be chosen. So it's like about being subconsciously being this good candidate to get chosen. So it's like if we have too many requirements, somebody might not choose us versus the man who's like, I have all these choices. I can be like, pepperoni, no, sausage, Hawaiian. They could be more
because
selective.
I'm choosing you too. Hold
I'm
you.
saying subconsciously, I think that's how a lot of girls are raised.
I mean, I get what you're saying,
I
but
think you have
like
to go
in
through
reality,
a
I'm choosing
unlearning
you
period.
too.
Yeah.
And I think we have to go through an unlearning period as
Yes.
women because I'm meeting way too many grown men who don't know what the hell they're doing in bed. And I'm like, how
Oh,
do you get
child,
to this
Jesus.
age?
Someone
Like,
encourage
how do you
them
get
and cheer
to
them
40
on.
years old. Well, how you get to 40
Wow.
years old and then get that somebody would like this foolery that you got going
Because
on
they
here?
was lied to.
Yes, and they cheered them on. They were like, "Yes, Jethro, woohoo, go get it."
And then
Tyreek.
I tell you that I hate everything that you do, and now I'm the bitch.
Listen, no, because I literally, a group of guys I know, I told them, I said, do y'all understand that women do not thoroughly enjoy you and this aggressive beat the pussy up bullshit? Like, that shit is not fun.
Wait, profanity.
What you're not going to do is come and
Not
injure
no
my
real-
cervix.
Listen, like, I don't want a tilted cervix because of you. Thanks.
I
No.
do not.
They were surprised. They were like, wait, what? So that's not good to y'all? No.
No.
Correcting me because of you.
Wait a minute. Why did one girl say? She said, "Sir, you were rearranging my organs," and he said, "You're welcome." No, sir,
Yeah,
that was not a compliment. I did
That
forget
wasn't
to.
a compliment.
I forgot to say
Tony,
this
you
at the
keep
top.
laughing. What's going on?
Hey, I'm listening. I'm learning.
I was just gonna ask if
Oh,
you're
you say
okay.
I'm listening tonight.
Y'all are comical. Y'all know we being comical right now. Let that man laugh and
Look.
enjoy this foolery.
Look, the YouTube commenters are like, "Poor Tony." They say he's probably so glad another man is in here. He not by himself with all these women. Oh
Hey,
Lord.
I'm good. I got sisters and a mother. I'm good.
Okay, good. And I want to say this, you guys, before we get too far along, I forgot. YouTube is funny about profanity. So as much as possible, we'll have to, no, it's okay. I slip a couple times too. But as much as possible, we have to omit them and be creative with our words. So, Mama trying to get her coins.
I
So,
got you. No, we gonna support your money now.
Look, thank you with the good pocketbook.
Yes, get your coin.
I got you. Get your coins, boo-boo. I'm
Look,
here for it.
wait, Chavez is, Chavez, that's what the sippy cup. Chavez is making fun of me, and I never knew what he was talking about with the sippy cup. You see my daughter. Yeah, I saw you. It was hilarious. So I thought this was so cute. Me and my daughter have these little ice cream cone cups, and he's calling it a
cute.
sippy cup. I cannot with him.
Chavez is petty.
Mind your business.
At least I didn't
What's
know
his
like
name,
this.
Chavez? Mind your business.
Right. Oh my God. Okay, so you guys, I have, if anyone wants to bless me with a brand new computer, let me know, because my computer keeps overheating. So my entire screen is black. Can you guys even hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because I'm going to fake it like I can see.
you
I
too.
can see nothing on the screen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit my little little button, and then if it pauses for a second, don't worry, I'll come right back. But we just gonna, those prayers in the house, we gonna pray over this good computer, this good laptop. And
Yes.
Look, we in church.
we gonna
Hand,
just
everybody
just trying
point
to
your
get
hand
to
towards
2021. We
Yonci's
just trying to get to
computer.
2021.
we gonna lay hands.
Everybody in the house, point your hand towards
Okay, we
Yonci's
stretching
computer.
our hands.
Tell your neighbor. Tell your neighbor. Neighbor.
Stop a lava ding dong.
This laptop is gonna work. Oh my god. Woohoo! We got some. All right.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to go back to when you were talking about, you know, people want a bae to have it on social media. And I feel like I'm the exact opposite. Like in my last relationship, my ex hated that I never posted him on social media. And like, he's used to being with women who like does all of that shit, all of that for the gram. And I'm just not that type of person. I'm really, really private. I never share if I'm dating, if I'm not, like I never share my relationship information because I just don't feel like it's anybody else's business. Like maybe when I get married, I change my tune.
Right.
But I've never felt like, oh, well, let me, you know, get a bae to pose with like an accessory. I don't know what goes on in these social media streets, but it was a real big deal for him. Now we had a business together. So that was another reason why I didn't have, you know, all of this stuff on there because I'm like, we have partners, we have, you know, all this other stuff going on. It's not everybody's business. But I guess for some people, it is a big deal to either be on a relationship or fake relationships. You know, I know people too that post stuff for the gram and you know they're unhappy at home.
Right.
Or when they get real, then they want to be private. Like, no, you didn't tell us everything that happened. You need to give us the update.
Listen,
When they arguing
you bring
on
us
social
in
media,
when y'all go
and
together,
now
you
it's
bring
like,
us in when y'all break up. We are invested. This is our
No,
relationship.
it's really true though.
They deleting comments. Don't be deleting them comments.
Right.
We
This
need
is
to know what
us.
happened.
Now, are you guys scrubbers? Are you social media scrubbers? Do you go back and scrub all traces?
I ain't delete nothing.
I had somebody I
don't
dated
be
previously
deleting
say that that's what they did and that's what they expected. And I was just like, who has time for that? Like, who has time to scroll until 2014 to find bae? Like, and then it's too much. And then don't let me have like a cute little pattern on my social media. Like, I don't want to mess up the gram. Like,
Listen,
now my pattern's all.
see everything.
The memories pop up.
Yes.
It's real shady when they start showing you the memories from 5 years ago, and you be like, I hate him now.
Well, you know, have you heard that meme where it said the first sign that you have COVID is that you have no taste? And they said, looking back at all my choice of men, I might have COVID.
You know what? You know what? You know,
I can't even be it.
I can't. I really
She
truly
said she
can't.
had it for 10 years.
That's awful. That is awful.
That's hilarious.
So that was actually one of my questions. Social media with bae or without. I actually had a conversation with somebody and I said that I did not want to post until I was engaged. I feel like, you know, there's so many downsides to it. I feel that some people, I don't know if men are the same way, but with women especially, I feel that there's this like power they get from getting attention from a man who's taken. Like, she might not want him and never paid attention to him, but for some reason, if he puts I'm in a relationship with, suddenly it's like, oh, or are they finding all kinds of reasons to slide in the DM and just to be like, I was able to pull her man. Have you guys ever felt that energy from women where it's like,
yeah, I posted friends. I've taken pictures of like homeboys out, and they've had like 6 people like send a friend request or slide in their DMs or start asking them a bunch of questions, and I'm like, y'all thirsty? But I'm like, Latoya, that's why I don't
you think
post.
I keep my?
Yeah, that's why I don't post. Like, I don't want everybody in my business, and I don't want all these hating people to start friend requesting him and trying to figure out who he is and what we got going on and all of this foolishness. Like,
and
that's
then
not your business.
people be reporting back. I saw him at a baseball game. Okay, like he plays baseball. Like,
I think
you just post everything.
I really think I'm different because I could not give a care. Like,
boo, I know he fine. That's why I'm with him. Like, so if you
Well, thank you for calling me fine. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it.
That's why we not doing this. Not today.
But it's like, so, all right, so say.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So if somebody
this is about to
slides
get
in,
real lit right now.
yeah, it is. But if somebody slides in his DMs, like, we gonna sit and laugh about it together, because that's what we do. When the guy slides, I'll be like, babe, look at that. Or I got a standard message now that I send back, but I'm like, babe, look, like, I'm letting you know all of this is happening
Right.
in the DMs.
I like it when, as long as they handle it, respectfully.
Yeah.
I like knowing that my man is getting attention, like, because it's kind of scary if nobody wants you. Like, I hope
oh my God, you sound like T.I., and I'm a little concerned.
That's what I be saying, man. I had that problem all the time. You feel me? Everybody be looking at
I can't come to foolery.
Right. Don't look into the vortex, ladies. Don't look into the vortex.
That's what I say.
Don't trip over into the black hole. Don't trip in the black hole.
Don't make eye contact.
It's the second place.
Don't do it.
I was about to comment on his post, all that begging he doing on Facebook about Christmas.
Hold on. You
Yeah.
say, what you say?
Jump in, Dory. Jump in.
I like getting black men when I have sex.
What
she say?
She said that.
I like getting black men having, when I find somebody that's right for me, I want to find somebody black.
She's down with the brothers. She wants
Hey,
her.
listen, don't tempt me. Do not tempt me, man. Don't do it. Don't you do it.
I can't, doctor.
Y'all got me sweating.
Y'all not gonna have me crying on YouTube.
Hey, Jay, don't act like that, Jay. Jay, don't do it. Don't leave like that, man.
You know what?
Y'all.
The doctor. We not doing this on this fine Sunday.
Not on
evening.
the Sunday. Not on the.
Oh my God.
Pour me another drink. I'm gonna get another drink for this food.
I'm just saying that fine word getting thrown around a lot. Oh, thank y'all.
But we are not talking about you.
Oh, who said that?
He light skin, ain't he?
I
Wait,
can't
is Antoine light skin? Because that's
Yes.
light skin.
Antoine doesn't show his
man
face, so we don't know what Antoine is. Antoine stays.
But
Yes,
that
he
sounds
stays
like
with
light
shadows.
skin.
He looked
light
like
skin
him
man
from
behavior.
his pictures.
His
He
photograph, but we never seen his face.
Hey,
Yeah.
check this out. You can Yonci, look, don't start no trouble. Yonci, don't be like that. Don't be like that.
So
Don't be like that.
look. So I started a new feature, which I didn't even know was an option on the platform that I'm using. Excuse me. So for those bold souls who have their video on, thank you to all of you who do. They get the screen. And then once people unveil, they get to come up on the screen. So we'll just hear, you guys will hear, there are way more people. There are actually, let me look and see. There are a total of 13 people here in the groups. So you're obviously seeing only 9 right now. There are some lurkers in the back. So I do ask if you do join us. Oh my God. See, this is when I laugh. I just start crying. It's just too much. If you guys do join us, I do ask that you participate. We want to hear from everybody. Oh my goodness, because it's such a good time when we hear from everybody. They said drinks are flowing and edibles are kicking in. I cannot. And this is water. I think I need to pour.
This was water. This was all water.
Y'all are a whole vibe. I'm telling you, y'all are liquor in itself.
Sunday night, and I gotta work in the morning.
I finished my bougie cocktail. I had some prosecco and vodka and a little splash of
Girl, you don't want to wake up on time tomorrow.
Yes. Monday morning is a real thing.
It's from upstairs to downstairs.
And look, wait, and it's only a 3-day work week. So
I'm actually at my desk already. So
exactly.
I'm literally at work.
Exactly.
I'm on my shift right now.
12 steps away. I'm 12 steps away from my workstation.
I be drinking on my job, y'all. Okay.
Listen,
I
don't.
3 o'clock cocktail.
Y'all are too entertaining tonight. I have been just neglecting my live viewers. Excuse me, y'all. I act like they can see me. I'm like, excuse me. Excuse me, YouTube.
Entertain YouTube, girl. Get them coins.
Okay,
down.
let me
We about to
right.
get your bread.
Excuse me and my friends. Okay. Communication is important, Easton said. Okay, talking about Tony, he's probably glad someone else is here. We got friends in here. Hey, Tony, it's Chaz, Small World. Yes, everybody be like, oh, you in here in the group? Like, what's my cousin doing in here? Wait, my wife in here? Okay.
I be checking on a regular basis to make sure ain't no snitches on.
Look, you have to pay attention. Okay, fellas, please keep good hygiene and diet. Oh, she said, please keep good hygiene and diet if you want oral. That alone will make a woman not want to. So maybe she's down with it, no pun intended.
But look, the guys agree.
Ooh, keep
but
it.
what the diet
If I'm
part
missing them
mean?
shaking their head.
Keep
They
it
saying
tidy.
yes.
They shaking their head.
And I think that
What
goes
the
both
diet part
ways.
mean?
Is she vegan
That
though?
pineapple juice and pineapple chunks, guys.
And both ways. Let's be fair. She cannot be musty
That's all
neither.
I'm saying. Like, is she vegan though?
You know what?
Go to
Like,
Christian
that's
Beagle.
all.
Go to Christian Beagle, vegan and go get you a boo. Okay, get you a little carrot eating boo. And
You gotta be vegan.
look,
But
okay.
what's
Chavez
the
says,
diet part about though? Like, you against chubby chasers? Is that what's happening? Because I'm a
What
chubby
saying
chaser. I'm
what
here
I'm
for the
saying
chubby.
is, with the diet part, when you're a vegetarian or fruitarian, your pH balance is balanced, so therefore it doesn't taste as acidic as it would if you like meat or dairy.
Yeah, I
That's
got
all.
that part for the women. I was talking about the comment that the young lady posted. Who posted that? Lady Poetess. Fellas, keep good hygiene and diet. I'm just curious, like, what she talking
I think she mean
about.
diet as far as like what we're eating, not like diet.
nutrition. I took it to be nutrition
Diet.
diet, but she can clarify. Okay, Chavez says, "Oh, y'all grown with this conversation tonight. We see y'all. Yes, we is. Okay." Chaz is cracking up. Brian said he just collapsed. Please get him some medical attention. Lady Poetess said a whole interview talking about when I was, interviewing the dude. And then Chavez, get off my sippy cup. He said the men here just looking. Yes, they are. Chavez says Yonci After Dark. Okay, y'all, I gotta tell you about Yonci After Dark. So for me, After Dark meant the conversation could be grown. Like, we can grow and the kids are away. Kind of like that show on, was it not SNL, but whatever show it was where it was like Swim After Dark, like, it got a little bit more grown. So I opened up.
Adult Swim.
Thank you, Adult Swim. I opened up, this is a long time ago, but I was like, I'm gonna do a Yonci After Dark, and then we can have a little bit more frisky memes and more conversations. I opened the door of the new room, the new group. Child, I came back a few hours later. It was like full spread eagle, butt naked photos. I was like, whoa, this is not what I was going for. Like full put,
Let me find out they was doing OnlyFans on the
without getting paid. But it was like seeing your auntie and people you didn't want to see. Like I was like, I'd see you every day in the group. Like I don't want to see all your goodness.
No.
I
No,
was
thank
like,
you.
well, hello.
say your auntie.
No.
Because it's just like you weren't prepared for that. Like
No.
I knew you as the respectable so-and-so or whatever, and now I just see all your manscaping. Like it was too much. I had to close the doors and turn off the lights. I was like, it's too much. It's too much.
No.
Yeah. I like a little something for the imagination, Like give me a little suspense, a little build up, So
Let's talk about Toya and this hair though. Come through, Slay.
look, she
see you.
stays slaying. She
Just like to
doesn't
say
miss a
something
beat.
about her when she was talking the first time. You did really good. But she always does. She always looks good.
That's what I'm saying. She just comes through. She my little chocolate Barbie over there.
All right, chocolate. Chocolate. Okay.
Chocolate. Hey.
Chocolate. Put you on the old fountain, huh? All right then, bro.
You know what, Antoine?
Oh, he get on my
Why
nerves.
you like this?
Somebody grandmama on this phone.
Why you like this?
Grandma.
Hi, Antoine.
Oh, hey, boo boo.
Hey,
She
boo.
said, hey.
Hey,
Look, what state are you in? What state are you in, Dory?
Chicago, Illinois.
Look, won't he do it? Just don't block your
Are you
blessings,
Italian?
y'all. Keep your.
You Italian?
Oh, he said,
I
are you
live in
Italian?
Lombard.
No,
I
she said,
live
are
in
you
Lombard.
Italian?
Yeah, Italian.
Oh, you got connections. So what happened was, I was coming through Chicago.
Where you from, Tony?
Nigga.
I'm from Little Rock. I'm from Arkansas.
Anybody from Illinois? Any men?
look, she said, let's clarify.
Hey, you got Tony from Illinois. You got Jay. You got Saint Germain. You know, it's me in here from Illinois now.
From Illinois. Oh, all right.
No, but I'm from Houston.
But he said it from his chest, though.
Houston.
Right, he said it from his chest. I am from
Who's from Illinois now then? Who's from Illinois now that's on the phone?
Tony? Hey, Tony, you from Illinois, ain't you?
No, I'm from California.
Slide over the
Yeah, he's a Cali dude
on
with
my
me.
phone. I had to scroll. I need to be on my laptop.
Hey, Tony face got ugly when he said that. Oh no.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the next question. Okay, so we had this conversation about, well, actually no, I'm gonna skip to this one first. What the hell, since we have so many ladies, what is the deal with making the plate? So by a show of hands, for people who are on camera, are y'all down with plate preparations for your man? Let's just get that out the way. So we got 2 people down for plate, 3 down for plating, and
so that means the rest of y'all gonna be single.
I said it depends.
And it depends.
On what?
What is it?
Let's unpack this.
I can't so.
But if you're at his family's house and they said dinner's ready, are you getting up and making his plate?
Absolutely.
It depends.
She's weighing it out. Latoya's still thinking.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I am currently single at the moment, but I was in a serious relationship for like 4 years. I never had to make his plate.
But if he asked you to?
I mean, when we're here, yeah, I would make his plate here. But when we go to his people for Thanksgiving, I didn't have to make him a plate. That wasn't expected. He would bring a plate for me.
Oh.
What?
Right. So that's what I was saying. It depends. So like culturally, it's a thing. So like with one of my exes, culturally, women fix plates. So
I think it depends on where they from.
And so when I met his family, literally walked in the house for the first time, maybe in there 10 minutes, and they looked at him and was like, "Are you hungry?" And he was like, "Yeah." And so they looked at me and was like, "Yeah, go fix his plate." And I'm like, "Wait, what?"
Like, say that again. Say that part again for the people in the back. You know, we at church right now. Like, speak the truth.
At church.
You know what, Antoine? I'm not doing this with you today on this fine Sunday in the year of the Lord 2020.
His call might mysteriously drop off. I mean, technology has been acting up today.
I can't.
But yeah, so like for me, I was like, yeah, no, we're
So you were offended because the people was expecting you to fix the plate.
Well, because like we were strangers. It would be different had I met them, I had been there, and we were all, going to eat. And then like if I'm like, all right, well, I would say, do you want me to fix your plate? Because some people don't like you to fix their stuff. They don't like you to touch their food. They want to touch their own food. But I'm not against it, but I'm not like jumping to do it. It's going to be more of a question. Do you want me to fix your plate type thing? Or if it's a situation where I absolutely know what you want, you know what I'm saying? It's something, then yeah, I'm going to just go ahead and do it. Or if I'm cooking, and, putting out meals on the table. But yeah, I'm not going to just like every time.
So I'm going to ask the guys, what does it mean to you when a woman makes your plate? So let me set up the setting, okay? You guys are out, you're at church potluck because you guys are such
ain't nobody eat no potlucks. Let's start over.
Facts. Agreed.
Okay, you were at a black tie.
They don't clean their chicken and they collards, and I ain't got time to be sick. I'm not okay.
My dad taught me that early on. You don't eat at anyone's house that you have not been to their house and been around them and see their sanitation.
That's right.
Okay, let's say you went to a 5-star gourmet catered brunch, luncheon, and you guys are sitting at the table together, you and Bae. This is for the guys. And she says, "Honey, let me go get your plate." And she goes and brings your plate. How are you feeling?
Amen. Hallelujah. Praise the most.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, you care. Yeah.
But I was gonna say, what does that say to you? Let's break it down beyond I like it. What does that say to you non-verbally?
Go ahead, Jay.
No, it's just like a care fact, a care thing. Like she really care about me. She'll, help me in public. Like everyone does things in private, but if you do it in public, it means something different.
Right.
Okay. Any other guys?
Hey, my take on it is it's a form of nurturing. So by her doing that in public, it just shows that she actually takes care of her man in private too. Agreed. So it's a public display of affection. It's a public display of respect too, because I respect who he is. I'm going to serve him, right? So it's a love, it's affection, it's servitude, it's respect, it's honor. And it's the same way while we're in public, I'm pulling out a chair, I'm holding her door, or I'm having her on my arm and I'm protecting.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
It's the give and give, you know what I mean? So a woman serving me my plate means that she cares about my nutrition, she cares about my sustenance, because if I don't have any energy and I'm hungry, you know what I mean? How can I protect you? You know what I mean? So
it's working on my nerves, yo.
I feel you. I want to say, in addition to all of that, I feel like, it harkens back to the patriarchal establishment of, roles. I know patriarchy is very uncommon. I mean, unpopular right now. Manhood and the traditional roles are under fire, but a woman fixing your plate, really, it belongs in that particular establishment. That's where that comes from. So when she does that, that lets me know that she subscribes to the traditional roles that men and women hold in a relationship. So that's something that I'm attracted to. That's something because I'm more traditional. And a lot of men are more traditional in that sense, but what we see in society is this thing called progress, where women are changing how they're moving and they're expecting for men to change what we're expecting for them. And the problem is our expectations are generally, largely not changing. We still expect a traditional wife. What's happening is women are changing in that way. And so there's a lot of conflict, and a lot of men are saying, I really don't see the upside to getting married because I'm just going to be at war for what it means to be in a relationship with somebody who, from time to time, we're at odds about what we're supposed to do and what roles we're supposed to play in the relationship. If you listen to the music right now, you'll hear maybe Meg Thee Stallion, Cardi B. I don't cook, I don't clean. Like it's, but I got that WAP. So right now we're seeing the glorification of an abandonment of traditional roles and relationships. And we're also seeing it earmarked and tagged as progress, and that's the liberation of women. So it's been given like this beautiful encasement, but really it's trash. Like that you weren't in bondage. Because listen, because trash, bro. I agree, bro. I agree, brother. Keep going. You weren't in bondage. This is really, truly, this is, I mean, I'm not trying to take it super spiritual, but this is the devil trying to mess up what things are. He's trying to get us to do exactly the opposite of what was established by God. What we don't know is that even though we have the ability and freedom to do whatever we want, there's some things that we do that will lead to destruction. And what we're seeing is people doing whatever they want because they're free to do it. But the outcome is you're going to have relationships that don't work. You're going to have increasing numbers of people whose marriages fail. You're going to have people that are looking at marriage before they get there and saying, I'm good, I'm out. I'm not going to do that. So that's what I think is going on right now.
I think
all about that plate.
Stay black, brother. Stay black, brother. Stay black.
We can go ahead and pass the plate. If you guys could pass it to your neighbor, and then we're gonna collect it at the end.
I don't support that plate. No thanks.
I do have some bulletins to go over. No, I preach. So I know. Go ahead, Latoya. Jump in there, girl.
Okay.
So, y'all stop making me laugh because then I keep having to blow my nose. Ugh.
Okay, so if I'm cooking a meal for my man, I don't mind plating it. I've never been asked to do that at a family gathering. I guess I thought that was the question. Do you do it at like Thanksgiving or whatever?
Or just like, would you do it without being asked? It's basically
kind of natural though.
I think it depends on. I think it depends on the person because there are a lot of women who, like they said in response to that post, she would have to be married to do that. And I think for me, what I know about men, and I know men are multifaceted and they're all different types, but I have yet to find a man who did not like to be nurtured and catered to. For me, I naturally like to do that. However, if he has an attitude of entitlement, baby, dries that thing all the way up. Like, it is like the waitress asking for the tip. So for me, if I have a guy who's gracious and kind and he sacrifices and he serves me on a regular basis, it is nothing. It is truly my pleasure. Turn on, cue Beyonce, cater to you. But if you have an attitude of, I am the man, hear me roar, you better, get on your knees and serve me. That
we wouldn't get past the first date with that type of attitude.
Some men think that that's masculine. Like, oh, that's a sign
Southern. I'm Southern, so that's just something that we do. Like, it's not even.
Right.
I was like, yesterday years old when I figured out that people were actually debating about fixing a man a plate. I mean, I'm from Georgia. I was raised in the country. It was just something that you do. So all this conversation about it is so foreign to me because I'm like, what's the big deal? Like, if y'all together, then why wouldn't you do that? That's like him putting gas in my car on Sunday so I don't have to do it myself, or him taking the trash out, or, doing the little things that men do. So it's like, I think what is understood doesn't need to be explained. If that's what y'all got going on in y'all relationship, then it shouldn't even matter. Like, some men don't even want their woman to fix a plate for them. Like, I got this, I'll do that. But I think that those are some of the things that people just do for each other. Like, there are things that you should do to cater to each other. And I feel like there are things that men do for you. But if I cooked a meal, I'm not going to not serve the person that I cooked the meal for. Like, I cooked them the meal. And if we're out, like, my ex-husband was Southern too, like, or the guys that I date have been Southern too. So if I'm at their mama house and she's like, food's ready, I'm going to fix them a plate. I'm like, what you want? I don't even think that's a big deal. I think that we argue or go back and forth over things that are just simplistic and doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. LaToya, what were you going to say?
I think I've learned as I have gotten older that there are a lot of men that are still very traditional.
Mm-hmm.
When I thought that was rare. Like the first love that I dated from high school, he was very traditional. Like, he wanted me to be like the stay-at-home mom and to like have some kids. And he didn't believe in babysitters. And I was just like, this is not the goal for my life. I have to find somebody else to do this shit. But as I'm getting older, I'm meeting more men who have those same traditional views. I don't know if you guys watch Love and Marriage Huntsville. Oh my God, I love it.
Yes.
Where you have Marceau. He's like the contractor, the businessman, and he wants nothing to do with his kids. He feel like my role is the provider.
Yes.
He don't know his kids got a peanut allergy.
Mm-hmm.
He hates watching his own kids. He wants nothing to do with that. He's very traditional. And they had this agreement when they got married that she would stay at home for 12 years. And then if she wanted to, after they had kids and the kids go to school, then she can determine if she wants to have a career or a life.
Or a life.
That ain't a husband child. That's a dictator.
Hold on. So they're like 7-8 years into this deal.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said, if it's something that she agreed to, I mean, she married him with, knowing that's what she wanted to.
Okay, but look, a lot of women agree to that, and then they change their mind. And that's what happened with her. She's like, I want to go back and get my real estate license. I don't want to be a stay-at-home mom anymore.
Can I ask you a question about that real quick, LaToya?
Yeah.
So, to Tamika's point, let's flip it. So I always like to flip it. So she changed her mind over time, which is her prerogative. Yes, people do change their mind. He came into it a successful businessman saying he wanted to provide. What if 8 years in, he flipped it and said, I really wanted to be a job. Yeah, right. I really wanted to be a male model. I want to go out and try my hand at it. I'm going to need about 8 months.
I want to be a rapper.
A rapper.
Girl, you gotta break up with him if you want to be a rapper. I'm sorry.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But he probably didn't throw her away when she said she didn't want to stay home with the kids anymore.
No. But a rapper, he gotta get thrown away if he's 40.
But that was my question. I'm saying, would that same grace, would she have extended that same grace? Which obviously we're speculating, we don't know. But I thought the same thing when I watched the episode. Would she have been okay if he wanted to pursue his passion of underwater basket weaving that didn't bring money in, or whatever?
Probably not. I just bring up the point that, she wanted to go out with her friends for like the first time in years, and he had to stay home and watch the children. He made such a big deal about it. And she was like, well, next time I'll give you a 24-hour notice. He was like, no, next time we already said that for 12 years, you're staying at home.
Oh.
Yeah, he's extreme. He's very
never
extreme.
be married to him. But you do have
these reality shows as an example, though. That's a horrible example.
That is a very horrible example.
That be real. That really happens.
I don't negate reality shows. A lot of
I think that's extreme. I do think that
is very extreme. But I do feel like
there are people like that.
There are some people that just want more traditional roles, and I didn't think as many men wanted traditional roles as they actually do.
So here's,
I just thought it was my ex, and I was like, man, he got these old views about women and their gender roles. Because I used to be like,
a lot about black men. You can see a lot about black men with Trump, though. A lot of black men actually voted for Trump this go round that I actually.
It's only 18%. Don't do that to all the rest of the brothers. It was only 18%. All right, all right. I got y'all, brothers. I got y'all. They ain't going to do you like that with me on here. All right.
18% is a lot, though. 18% is a lot, though.
It is a lot. It is
a lot.
25. You have to see why they voted for him, though.
But my point is that black men are conservative. And so it's not necessarily voting for Trump because of anything else. It's voting for Trump because of his patriarchy and his conservatism.
Yeah, that's not why.
He has conservative beliefs.
They voted for him because they saw Kamala for locking up black men, and they saw Biden for
his bill.
Biden having that, you know,
for the crime bill.
For the crime bill. So that's why a lot of black men voted for Trump. For some, 18%, whatever. That's why they voted for Trump.
So I wanted to
think black people overall are conservative, though, and it comes with the Christianity and the things that we believe in. I think that.
Yeah, but I mean, at this point, Jesus don't support Trump. So
if we talk about conservative and faith and values, we talk about a man who had a porn star that sued him. Like, seriously?
Oh no!
Like you concerned about a fetus, but you don't want to get health care. Stop.
So this is what I want to say. I'll tell on myself. When I was raised, I had the typical, you know, alpha male father. I was daddy's girl, you know, the princess, literally men are lucky to breathe your air. If I ever catch wind that you have ever touched a bill, gone Dutch, anything of that sort, if you've even looked and glanced at that edge of the table, we gonna scrap because it is a blessing to be in your presence. Men pay thousands of dollars just to have a beautiful woman on his arm as an escort. Having an actual date and chance to be with you is enough. That is what I came from. So in my mind, I'm growing up, you know, looking for this very traditional man who, you know, holds the door, helps me off the curb, stands on one side of the street and not the street side, you know, very traditional. What I failed to realize is that traditional men typically want a traditional woman.
Right.
And on paper, I thought I was a traditional woman. When I actually got married, I realized I was nothing traditional. I realized that I was a spoiled brat. I wanted all the perks of a traditional man, and I did not want to do any of that other stuff. If it was cute and I felt in the mood to do it, but I wanted him to do it consistently. With me, maybe I'll cook, maybe I'll clean, but I wanted him to consistently do all that stuff. And I had to come to that realization that for me, that was hypocritical. And that if I deal with any man now, I let him know, hey, do not expect me in the kitchen. Now I can clean, don't get it twisted. But the bar needs to be this low as far as frequency. If I get in there, it's because I'm in a mood and I want to throw down and I want to bless your soul. Do not expect me every day to be in there. Right now, my focus is on my career. Right now, I am living my best life. There are times I might pop in a little pot pie in the oven and call it a day. I might call, like tonight, I call the pizza man. Not because I can't. I just don't desire to be in the kitchen all day long. But I had to.
Oh, you know what I'm saying? Who cooking? So how y'all gonna eat?
That's what we have a conversation. Any guy that I've talked to, we've had conversations about sharing the responsibility.
If you don't learn how to make some spaghetti and meatballs,
y'all act like you can't get in the kitchen. Like, this is where communication comes in.
Y'all grown ass can cook too.
Look, I was like, why is that even a question? Here's the thing.
Hey, Jermaine, I feel you, bro. I'm looking at you right now, bro. I feel you. I'm with you.
So
like,
either,
this ain't gonna work.
And this is real, but y'all, this is real. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me explain something.
Y'all let Yonci finish her point.
Thank you, Jamies.
I got you, girl.
This is something that everybody's joking about, but this is a real fact, and it's something I'm covering in an upcoming video. It's really crucial, and Tony Massey said this, so I'm not going to take away from his credit. We have to get rid of the notion of good or bad, right and wrong in relationships. It is not universal like science. There is what works for you, and there is what works for me. So even in the jokes of no, that's not going to work, that doesn't work for you. I have men who are very happy to say, you know what, you don't want to be in the kitchen all day. I don't mind doing it 3 times a week, and then I commit to 3 times a week, and then the 7th day we make it a fun thing and we order. You can work it out, but the problem comes in is when we start dating all these different people, and I'm very guilty. I've seen the error of my ways, and I don't now. But in past, I would tell men they were wrong. You're wrong for not being a traditional man. You're wrong for wanting me to split the bill. You're wrong for wanting this or wanting that. You're wrong for wanting sex in the first night. No, he's not wrong. He's doing him, and he deserves someone compatible. So if you are the type of guy who doesn't value a woman unless she's inside the kitchen, barefoot, pregnant, cooking, you just need to find a woman who wants to be barefoot and inside the kitchen cooking, and y'all are going to be bosom buddies.
I wanted to jump back to what LaToya was talking about the Huntsville couple. I don't watch that show, Love and Relationships. And she was talking about the husband and what he thought his marriage should be like. And I think that is very important that we define what a husband means. And so a husband is a house farmer. And so for him to say it as a husband, he don't want to know what's going on with the children. He's already off, because husband means house farmer. And what does a farmer do? Nurtures and takes care of his home. He knows what plants need what water. He knows where to put this plant because it needs more sun, right? And so the husband should be aware of everything that's going on within the household. There's no reason for him not to be. The wife is the heart of the home. And so I don't want to use the word control, but that's the only word that is coming to mind right now. But we control, we set the atmosphere within the home. Go ahead, LaToya, because I saw you pop up.
Okay, so that brings another question up. And I haven't experienced this, but I've heard this from other women, where they feel like they're single mothers, but they're married, meaning like their spouse is not helpful with the kids.
So
right?
Why they married? Okay.
I've heard women say that, like they feel alone.
Yeah. Hey, I didn't get married to be alone.
A single mother.
Children.
Yeah.
I actually got married to be in partnership.
You know, he provides, but doesn't always help with the children. I've heard women.
Yes.
And I
never knew that. I just
know
a man and a woman lived together, that they were both, you know, taking care of the children. And I have learned from women that that's not always the case.
I think that it's so important to have this defined, and that's why I wanted to really cover gender roles in this video, because it's really important that without judgment, each couple or potential couple talks about that. Because I know somebody, I've dated men who literally were like, do not expect me to touch a dish, a dust ball, a sock, because I am bringing in the money. And to those types of men, money is everything. You better not complain. You better do everything I say. You better be my doggone slave, because I'm bringing the money. And that's what makes people resentful. Money isn't everything. Women can get money from an investment or their job. They want to be in a relationship because they want all those, you know, other things, the intangibles that comes with it. And I think that sometimes we have to explore why we have certain ideas in our mind. Because for me, I had a lot of ideas just because it was traditional. I saw that. I saw my mom get up at 4 a.m. so she could cook a breakfast from scratch, so that it was ready at 5 when my dad would work out, so that he had time, an hour for it to digest before his workout. Like, her world revolved around my dad, and still does. They've been married 40 plus years. And my dad was the caretaker. My dad was like, I am proud of the fact that my wife isn't working. Like, it was a badge of honor for him. Like, she wanted to do Avon for a while and did. And it was like, you know, okay, like it hurt his pride, because it was like, I don't want someone to think that I can't, and therefore she has to pick up the slack. So that's what I grew up in. So therefore for me, when I go out on a date and the man is looking at me like, am I going to chip in? It's just off from what I'm used to. However, I have evolved and I've started to become more understanding and look at men and go, okay, I know how hard it is to get to a certain level in my career. Granted, I was out of the workplace for 12 years and I have did not have that head start that maybe they had, but take pity and understand it is expensive out here. The cost of living is very high. And instead of looking at it judgmentally, like, oh, this guy's a slacker, he doesn't deserve to, maybe it wouldn't hurt if every now and then I pitched in or something like that. But I think having an open mind is everything, and not being so obsessed with the roles, because I think somebody said one time, and I loved it, look and see where you're qualified and then take it from there. Tony Massey is somebody that I have all the time on. He's on Thursday videos, Cabs and Convo. He's a cook. Like, that's not what he I said a cook. He's like a chef. I don't know if I don't know the certifications of calling someone a cook or someone who cooks or a chef, because I know there's like, it's insulting to use the wrong title, but he cooks and he's amazing at it. And so I know his lady is not looking at him sideways like, oh my God, you're a man, you cook. He's a man who happens to cook. So why would he not cook for them? He throws down. So I think that we have to really get outside of our little bubble of what is right and wrong and just say what works for me. Someone's asking for the book. And I will give it again. It is, if someone wants to write this in the comments, that would be great. Thank you. Don't you dare get married until you read this. Don't you dare get married until you read this. The author is Corey Donaldson. And if you get enough of that title, you'll be able to find it. But this book is so good. I'm actually going to pop it open and I'm going to ask, we had started out saying we're talking about sex. Here are some of the questions.
I need to get going.
Oh, thank you so much for joining us, Dory. It was
call me, or anybody's welcome to call me.
I love that. Thank you so much. I will see you on Patreon.
Hey,
Bye, darling.
Can I say something before you ask your question?
Yes.
So, I sit here in conflict with the patriarchy thing and everything. I'm not going to get into a debate with anybody about it because one, it's late and I'm just not in the mood. But I mean, I'm being real. I'm not. But I'm always in conflict with it because just the history of it, what it's rooted in. But to go forward to what you were saying, I also have conflict with people being like, oh, you should do X, Y, and Z, and who's going to cook. But like, in real life, weren't you single at some point? Didn't you have to take care of yourself? So not saying that I won't cook, but shouldn't you know how to take care of you? And so it always blows my mind when they're like, oh, you should do these things. And I'm like, but you don't know how to take care of yourself as an individual? Because God forbid I drop dead tomorrow, what you gonna do?
Hey, Kelly.
We can't say that about bills, though.
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming.
We can say that about bills.
We can't say that about bills.
We can absolutely say that about bills, because guess what? I pay all my own bills. However, when I go into relationship, the conversation we're going to have is, what do we think bill situations look like? How do we decide who pays what? And it's about partnership.
You're not coming in saying, dude, pay all my bills.
No, and I would never say that because I wasn't raised like that. Well, but at the end of the day, it's about conversation and partnership.
I was raised like that.
I don't think it's a matter of can I do it by myself? I don't think that's what.
That's not what I said. That is not what I said. I said we were single, so you should know how to take care of yourself.
Of course.
But then when you go in, it is about communication and partnership.
Of course, what I said. Of course. So I'll give an example. So I'll say this. There's a significant difference between man and woman. You know what I mean? The woman is feminine, the man is masculine. And so when we come into these unions and partnerships, there has to be a balance of that, right? And naturally, women are more technically better at nurturing than men. You understand?
That's not true.
That's not true. Everybody has both feminine and masculine energy. We just have more of one than the other. Women tend to, of course, have more feminine energy than masculine energy.
Yes. And to tap on to what you're saying, Lateri, society has taught men that being nurturing isn't a part of being masculine.
And
so again, going back to, we're talking about relationships, right? And heterosexual relationships. And so when we define husband, you need to be a father. So you should be pruning and watering and getting that thing together. And part of that could be cooking in the kitchen because I'm tired, or just because I don't like to cook. And I think what Yonci said earlier about what's right for your relationship right now may not be what's right for your relationship in 4 years. Because when I got married, I was the breadwinner and I was still cooking and doing things at home. Why? Because it take my husband 4 days to do laundry, whereas it take me 4 hours, right, to do laundry. And so it was just smarter to do it myself or do it together. And then there came a time where things flipped, where I was the one home. And so then I was able to take care of things. And then it flipped again. I was the one back at work and my husband was working part-time and he was the one with the kid taking care of the home. So like it's the conversation piece, the communication. And it's not right or wrong. Okay, go ahead. I'm not saying that you're saying that. I was just sharing a point.
Yeah, so I was saying that generally, just biologically, women are the first teachers to children. And they're the spiritual guides to children first and foremost. So the first thing that children do when they come out the womb is they reach for mommy. That's natural instinct because she's the natural nurturer of the family. That's why she brings peace to the home. So it's not about like we being single, we're able to take care of ourselves. It's that when we come into this union and we start to have a family, there is a balance and there is significant roles because men and women are technically different biologically. You know what I mean? And so with that being said, what has to happen is you have to understand those roles in a healthy fashion. And what happens is we aren't used to seeing healthy relationships and seeing healthy marriages. So naturally what we tend to do is base our ideals, perceptions, and what we generally desire towards the way that's negative and toxic because that's all we know. Those are the examples that we have and the experiences that we have.
Not me, mine was healthy.
Right. And this is just, I'm just being general. This
right
is not
on, brother.
Everybody, there are exceptions to the rule. But even in my marriage, when I got married, my wife was a stay-at-home wife. I was a breadwinner. She didn't have to work, but we learned before we got married, what does a healthy relationship look like? What does a healthy marriage look like? What does building a legacy look like? And so with that, when it came to her being a wife, she actually took courses on how to be a wife. I took courses on how to be a husband. So we came into a marriage on what it took to actually have a great marriage. And with that, while she was being a stay-at-home wife, she had freedom to do whatever she wanted to do. She had choices to build her own business because she believed in working for her family and not for a boss making them rich and her family's poor, right? Mm-hmm. So why not build your own business while you're at home taking care of your family? You have income, do whatever and your money is your money. It has nothing to do with mine. Also with that, it also meant that she had time to focus on self-care and nurturing me to better positions, right? And that also gave me my space to focus on being the best provider and protector I can be for our family. So the healthy space. And inside of that, where there were roles and duties that she did that didn't require my assistance, and I'm glad for that. And there were things that I did that didn't require her assistance, so there was the even balance of that. And what that did was that protected her femininity, that allowed her to be vulnerable, that allowed her to be comfortable, that allowed her to be in a safe space to grow and be the best woman that she was purposed to be and designed to be. And likewise, it was best for me as a man. And so we were able to mirror each other and also grow because marriage is for personal growth and generational success. So that's how you build a legacy, and it was in a healthy fashion, a healthy way. Not everybody's experience is like that for whatever reason. Maybe they didn't know, maybe they didn't learn. But for us, we took the time to invest in ourselves first and learning because we didn't have a healthy example of what having a healthy spouse looked like. So we invested in ourselves first to learn first before getting intertwined in a union. So I said that to say when it comes to nurturing and being in a union inside of a marriage, there is a balance of who's the nurturer and who's the protector. That has to be defined. If not, we have chaos of what we have now, which is we have a matriarchy. Men aren't in their roles, women are in their roles, and there's a bunch of just dysfunction. So there has to be order. There has to be a hierarchy, right? And if you look around the world, most cultures around the world are patriarchal. That's how the world is. The man is the head, the man is the lead. So he has their role to fill. So I'm out. I'm done.
They are cracking up. They said Saint Germain's face. That's Jeremy. Is it Jeremy's face when Yonci said there's no right or wrong in relationships?
And that's funny because that's exactly what I wanted to speak on, behind my brother Antoine. That was well said, man, and everything that you were saying is so relevant to what's actually the situation. I take exception to the idea that there's no right and wrong in relationships, because I think that ties into an ideal that's actually destructive. And it's a Trojan horse. It appears to be progressive, but what's built into the idea is a corrosive ideal that causes the problems that we're having today, because it supports the idea of removing absolutes. It supports the idea of removing absolute right, absolute wrong, and it comes against absolute truth, absolute in everything. So, for example, in a marriage, for it to work, there has to be a blueprint of how it does work. What is the right way for this to go? If it's just a matter of what's right for you and what's right for them and what's right for us, then that means that there is no right and wrong. It's just different.
Can I ask
a quick question? Leads to PC culture, which is that the greatest sin is intolerance then, which is just, just because what I do is different doesn't make it wrong or right. It just makes it different from what you like. Well, if we make it a preference-based thing, then that means that opens the door for, okay, well, my preference is, and y'all are not going to like this, but you just got to stay with me and keep watching the newspaper and the news, because in a minute it's going to be at your doorstep. Well, my preference is I like girls that are just, younger than what people consider legal, right? But that's my preference. And I don't feel like my preference should be, deemed wrong because it's different from what you like. It's just, that's my preference.
But Jeremy,
and so what argument are you going to make against that?
Really quick though, because I don't mind where you're going and making this point. I just want to clarify this. Specifically, what I was talking about was not anything about morality as far as, like infidelity or stealing. It wasn't anything on a moral level. It literally was on gender roles, as far as like who's mowing the grass. I might enjoy being outside, but if I'm stuck with the man has to do it, I don't get to be outside. He hates it and he has allergies, but now he's forced to go outside because the man is supposed to do it. Tony loves cooking, but Saya's supposed to cook now because the woman's supposed to do it. I'm saying literally gender roles: laundry, changing diapers, mowing the lawn, the person who pays the bills, the person who's working outside the home versus in. Are you saying you disagree with those being fluid if if the couple themselves agree?
I'm saying that there is a way that it's supposed to go, and I think that there is a way that it can go. But if it's, for instance, if you say, well, let's have some fluidity, there's so much gray there that, like I said, it's embedded corrosiveness. Because then, okay, where's the stopping point at which we put an end to the fluidity and subscribe to an idea that, hey, this is actually wrong. So I disagree that it can be just up to the couples. I think that if you add that idea, you open the door to, okay, well then, subjective reality. There's a saying, perception is reality. But that's a false narrative.
But you don't think that's running off the rail? Like, so you're saying if we're in a relationship and you like people really have allergies. So let's say you literally have an allergy. You cannot go outside and be in the grass. And I love being outdoors and I'm light skinned. I want some sun. And I grew up bonding with my dad, mowing the yard, and it's nostalgic for me. You're telling me you would tell me as your wife, go sit inside while I die with swollen eyes just because this is what the man is supposed to do? I'm saying let's unpack this exact example.
So this exact example is it's more of an exception to the rule, and it's an extreme case scenario.
Tony Massey. Okay, Tony Massey. Let's take Tony Massey. Tony Massey is a real person. Tony loves cooking. He literally loves cooking. He's made an Instagram channel dedicated to cooking. Saya enjoys eating. Are you saying that Saya and Tony are wrong because Tony loves cooking and he cooks for her and she loves to eat his food? Is he wrong?
No, what I'm saying, and that's not what I'm speaking to directly. What I'm speaking to is the establishment of those roles and the positioning of the people within the relationship. So, for instance, with the roles, if in that situation, based on those circumstances, there is a deviation from the traditional roles, then that's fine between them in that situation. But as long as it's still understood that we are deviating from the traditional in doing it this way, right? So, but if we say, well, forget traditional, there is no such thing as traditional, we're against that, we're just doing whatever works for us, then that leaves room for a situation where there's no clear understanding as to, you know, who is the patriarchy, who is the leader in the household, and who is the submissive. But
why do you connect? Why do you connect the two? So why let's stick with because I don't want to go too far too fast. So let's stick with Tony and Saya. How do we go from a Tony and a Saya agreeing that Tony is really good at cooking, so he's going to be the cook. She's good at eating. That didn't sound right, but she enjoys eating his food and doesn't mind taking a back seat. How does that jump to? How come that couple can't say this is in a confined discussion, boom, and then this is how we want decisions to be made? How are those two things lumped together?
Because those are exceptions to the rule, though. There are not many men that go around that can be that's a chef, right? That's a learned art. That's a learned skill. That takes schooling. That takes education. That takes years of practice.
My husband ain't never
Not
went to school.
necessarily.
I was gonna say I know a lot of men who could cook.
I said chef. Wait.
All the men in my family cook and throw down.
Yeah, some men just learn how to cook from their mom.
I said chef. I didn't say cook. I said chef.
But Tony's not a chef either. He's just a man who loves to cook.
Yeah, she's just saying that he loves to cook. She's not saying that's his occupation.
Right.
Yeah, he does not do it for work.
But what I'm saying is that's a nuance. Like that's an exception to the rule. You're not going to meet many men who like to get in the kitchen and cook.
I dated a lot of men who like to get in the kitchen and cook. I would not say I don't think it's a rarity. Like
my dad was a great cook.
Right, my uncle
was a really good cook. Yeah, like all of my uncles cook.
Were they rich? Are they rich?
They were the oldest. They were the older ones in their family. The girls were younger. The boys were older. So they took care of the girls and they learned how to cook and they were good cooks.
My one uncle was the homemaker. He was the provider and he cooked.
Like, this is not
I don't think that is an exception to the rule. I think that there is a hierarchy. And I think that everything else that falls under that hierarchy can be changed based on that couple, what works for them. So I was married for 10 years and I married a man that liked to cook. And that was his thing.
He still wore the pants, right?
Than I did. But guess what? He had allergies. So he couldn't cut the grass. So we hired somebody to cut the grass. And it wasn't a big deal. But when it came to decision making and the things that were very important, I allowed him, there was fine. It was
he
fine
wore
for
the
me
pants.
to submit to him
and
allow him to have the say because he was the leader in our home. I think what she's trying to say is that there is no book graph that you can go by. Like this works for us and this doesn't work. It's going to be different. And that's why other people can't be too much of an influence in your marriage.
Yes.
Like my parents are married for 52 years. And what my dad told me when I got married, he said, if you keep people out of your business, it might work. He said it, he didn't say a guarantee, he didn't give me any guarantees, but he said, if you keep people out of your business, including me, me, then your marriage might work. Everything is fine in your relationship until you start bringing other people into it and they're giving their judgments and their things on what they think is feminine and masculine. Because I remember I had an issue. Like his family was like, well, you shouldn't be cooking. Why isn't she cooking? You shouldn't have to do that. So when other people start giving their opinions about it, then you have things that start going to the left.
Poison their mind.
Yeah. He literally cooked for me for 6 years and never thought anything about it. But when his brother said he shouldn't be cooking, he stopped cooking.
Yeah, so it's but that's okay. But that's okay. That's okay
it's
though.
It's not okay.
What I'm saying is, but when I got married, we had marriage negotiations, right? We had over 150 to 200 questions that we call marriage negotiations. And we went through everything from what is the temperature to be kept in a house at, because I don't like it too hot, you don't like it too cold. So what's the agreed upon temperature, right? We agreed upon 73 degrees, right? Anything below 68, it's an issue, right? We even agreed upon who's going to be the cook, who's going to be the provider, who's going to be the leader. How many times do the week can we have sex? Do you like it 3 times a week? Do you like it 20 times a week? What's agreed upon number that we can say, hey, at minimum, this is the minimum amount of times we can have sex per week. For my wife and I, it was 5, right? So anything under 5 times a week, it's an issue. Like, we need to have another conversation and go over our negotiations, right? We also had to figure out who's going to be the caretaker of the children. Hey, what about opposite sex friends, right? Do you mind if I have opposite sex friends? Do I mind if you have opposite sex friends? What's that answer? Yes or no? If it's yes, then let's have a conversation. If it's no, let's have a conversation. Let's grip on yes or no with that, right? So we had 150 to 200 questions going over all these questions that people are talking about, can you have all these different things? Can you have opposite sex friends? Who's going to bring the plate? Who's going to be the caretaker of the family? When I got married, before we got married, we went over all these questions one by one, right? So that's the thing, and that's perfectly fine. But when I look at things globally, as far as patriarchy and gender roles, globally, this conversation doesn't come up, right? If you look at Koreans, if you look at Indians, if you look at Africans, even if you look at Europeans in Europe, if you look at people from Thailand, Japanese, South American, Caribbean, they all have this gender role issue, right? Where the man is the man, the woman is the woman, which is why their culture is so intact. And we're talking about fluidity. It's so fluid, right? You can identify what is and what's what. Even here in America, looking at Hispanics, looking at Jews, right? Looking at Germans, looking at Italians, right? Still looking at Caribbeans and Africans, gender roles are still very much intact and easy to identify.
Antoine, I gotta pause you. I would want people to do the research and look at the statistics of suicide in men in Asian countries. That's one. And two, a Nigerian, no shade to Nigerians, a Nigerian told me out of his mouth, an Uber driver, he said he knows personally, it was either 3 or 5 men who are serving time right now because they killed their wives because the wife tried to leave or did something that was not traditional. So I would just put a little asterisk and caution when we use other, cultures as the standard. Are they really happy? Are they still in that marriage because they're getting beaten or they're depressed or they're whatever? Can we really say that that's a quality relationship? Because I could still be married. I'd be celebrating my 16th wedding anniversary right now. Staying married does not equal to being happy. And I feel like my second marriage will be off the chain because I'm going to go into it having realistic expectations. But just go ahead. I just wanted to add that point.
Yeah, right. And that's a good example. But Nigeria is one country in a continent that has 54, right? And its circle is very much with proximity, right? So that's a very small number of cases, right? But my experience has come from, because I was a missionary for the past 8 years, my leadership was Korean. So my pastor was Korean, the mission was Korean, was from South Korea. And so we were multicultural. We had Africans in Thailand. So I'm speaking from a place of experience with these different cultures. And within that, the hierarchy and the patriarchy is very adamant, right? And it's very easy to identify that actually I learned masculinity from watching these men in these different cultures and how they led their households and learn what a healthy marriage was. So it didn't come from Black men or how I learned. It actually came from learning from other cultures of men who are married, who come from generations of successful marriages, like down to their great grandmother and grandfather. So this is the long lineage of royal bloodline. And so with that, it's easy to identify. So when it comes to Black people, because we went through slavery, PTSD, civil rights, integration, oppression, we've lost the system of what a healthy household looks like. And so now we're in this generation of figuring it out. We're trying to figure all this thing back out and what really works, what is and what is healthy. This is the first time in history where Black men are allowed to receive mental health treatment, right? Mental health, you gotta get therapy for mental health. And the same with Black women, where it's not looked at as taboo. Just in the 90s, Black men couldn't talk about mental health. It was just growing up in the hood, nobody wanted to even go to the hospital, right? Black men didn't want to get treatment for even just to get a checkup, right? But now we're in a time where men, it's okay for us to go to the hospital and get checked out, get prostate checkups, right? My grandfather died from prostate cancer because he wouldn't go to the hospital.
Rest in peace.
So we're living in this generation where we're trying to figure everything out the right way, right? So we don't have healthy examples. So inside of that, while we're figuring this thing out, I would say let's not overturn gender roles because we're trying to figure it out. I would say find healthy examples of what it looks like to have a healthy marriage inside of gender roles because it is there, instead of looking into what's wrong with it, the negative aspects and negative experiences and negative conversations about it, because that's what we generally lean to. Whereas my experience is I've seen what healthy looks like. I've been in a healthy marriage. I know what that is. And so I come from that space globally and in America. So I just want to put that out there for y'all.
I think this is such a interest, like your viewpoint is such an interesting viewpoint, and you sharing that you are a missionary. So many biblical stories are coming to my mind of women who were not in what we consider now traditional roles. And so you have Deborah, who was a judge. You have Jael, who in her time, it was the woman's job to go and hunt the food and to pitch the tent, what we would consider a masculine job. There's so many examples. And so I'm really curious as to what are the specific gender roles that you're speaking of? Because we keep using this term gender roles, but what does that mean for you?
And I want to piggyback
if we're using the Bible, you can start with Abraham and Sarah, right? Sarah was the housekeeper, right? She was the homemaker. She was a stay-at-home wife that we'll call it today. She was the nurturer of the family. What did Abraham do? Abraham went out. He made covenants with other countries and other men in powerful positions. He was able to be blessed. He was able to provide for his household. He was also able to protect his household, not only his household, but also the household.
Yeah, I got all of that, but I'm also saying there are also examples of non-traditional role, the women holding non-traditional roles, and it's still working for them. Deborah was a married woman, and when she became a judge, no women have been judges.
Yeah. I'm not denying it doesn't exist. Like, I'm not talking about exceptions to the rule, because throughout the Bible, that was not the primary role for women throughout the Bible.
We don't know, but we don't know. That's the other part.
Well, I'm speaking about from Genesis to Revelations, right?
But we don't know the totality, and so to make a statement like that is like making.
So let's talk about Abraham and Sarah. Let's talk about Rebecca and Isaac, right? Let's talk about Jacob and Tamar. Let's talk about Jacob and Leah, right? So let's also talk about Judah and his wife, right? Let's talk about
David. But those stories revolve around the male.
So then
but that's what I'm saying. We don't know.
So, but what I'm saying is, you're talking about the Bible. You gave me 2 or 3 examples. I'm starting from Genesis and I'm going all the way to Revelation.
Yeah, but that wasn't my question. And I don't want to go back and forth with you, but my question to you was, what are gender roles to you?
Right. And and Jamie, so I want to add to this, because this is what I wanted to ask you. So I feel like I agree with you when it comes to decision making and ongoing things. I think most people have a structure still traditionally where at the end of the day, if our man, as women, if our man was like, babe, I really feel strongly about this, let me take the lead, most women I know would not buck that. So even on this call, as much as these women are opinionated, whatever, I don't think that any of the women are like, I'm up here with you. I don't think anyone is fighting for that top position. What I'm saying specifically, and ladies, let me know if you agree, I'm talking about actual household duties, like assignments,
he just
chores.
said that his wife works. Didn't you say, Antoine, that your wife works? Even for herself, she works, right?
No, what I said was she was able to build a business for herself. I don't think that's, if you want to call that work, that's not work, because for us, she was able to do what she wanted to do on her own time. She didn't have to clock in, right? So, and then her own money was her own money.
Building a business is definitely working.
She was working for herself.
But you can build it to where it's passive income. She don't have to give it 100 hours a week or 40 hours a week. It was just, she basically built a business to have passive income to where she can do whatever she want to do during the month. And it just comes in that way.
Because that's kind of not traditional for the woman to do anything other than cook and clean and take care of the children.
Right.
Yeah. Understood. And that's understood, but at the same time, with that, it gives her space to, and reason why we say we allowed her to build a business is it's saying, honey, go do whatever it is that you want to do, however you want to do that, and be your creative self, right? Because technically there are 100 duties for a stay-at-home wife to do. It's just not cooking, cleaning, and having sex and raising children. Like when people think of women and household duties, they think of those 4 duties. But technically there are over 100 duties for a housewife to do, right? So,
but that's not traditional. The only reason she brought that up is because it's not traditional, meaning in your relationship, you were okay with her making that decision to start a business. You were okay with her stepping outside of that role, because a traditional housewife is not starting businesses.
Or doing a business.
Right.
I think that comes back to Jamise. I said that right?
Jamie's.
I'm sorry. No. That's her point. It's saying that it doesn't have to be 100% traditional, and even the Bible isn't 100% traditional. I don't think that is what she's saying. I don't think that's outside of the standard. The Proverbs 31 woman is supposed to be standard for all women, but she herself went and sold in the market, and she ran her household, and she had people in her household working in her household. And you know, if we get in the New Testament and we talk about the women in the New Testament, then it all goes left. So I think that I mean, hey,
I'm feeling you, like, man, they find every way to come out of these roles, though.
Yeah, like, let's not get that. You know,
look, got that good book
as well.
And these 22
and I don't think, and it's not. Man. It's like it's so not about coming out of the roles. It's about being able to be in a relationship that works.
As a Christian woman, we understand the hierarchy of the family. Like, we understand, and we understand what it is to submit to. We don't have to get in the back and forth about that.
Right. And
about
I'm sorry. No, I was gonna say, and this is the thing, and I feel like nuances are important. Like, even in, and I'm gonna nitpick. I'm gonna break it down right now. But even in the laughter and the comments, it's like women are getting out of pocket. Women are getting out of line. Oh, they're trying to stretch it. It's like even the comments that to me is...
y'all really y'all like fine picking little points to go against it. Like,
we're absolutely not. That's not what we're doing.
That is cool.
That's your opinion.
That's not what we're doing. We're saying that women have always been multifaceted. And to put us all in a box doesn't make any sense, because we can't put all men in a box. Every man is different. We understand the hierarchy. I think the standard is that there is a hierarchy, and there's God, and there's husband, and there's wife, and there's children. No one's arguing. And nobody's arguing that point. We understand what the hierarchy is. I think most women on this call understand what submittal is in its true fashion, in its true form. But I think when you get outside of that, and I think a lot of what you're speaking is kind of a little bit outside of that, you're not talking about a partnership now.
And I also,
because I feel like even in a hierarchy, there is a partnership. And if you get down to even biblically and you start to study that thing and what marriage is, we can't just leave out the fact that God didn't give rules for a husband like he gave rules for a wife. So there is no place in the Bible where God is even allowing a husband to treat his wife any kind of way, because the standard for a husband is much higher than it is for a standard for a wife. We're talking about a husband loving his wife like Christ loved the church. I don't want to talk about all these duties of a woman, but let me tell you something. The biggest responsibility is on a man. If the husband is loving his wife like Christ loves the church, that's huge. That has not, listen, that little bit of submittal that the woman is supposed to do, that is nothing compared to a husband loving a wife as Christ loved the church. If you want to break into something and we need to have a conversation about hierarchies, let's break down what it is for a husband to love like Christ loved the church and his body, who he sacrificed and gave his life. Let's have that conversation. Let's talk that.
And to piggyback on what you just said, LaShante, when you think of a leader is a person who looks at the team members and analyzes strengths and weaknesses. Imagine how I would look having a short...
Did he not lay his life down for the body? of Christ, the church? Did he not sacrifice for that? We're not talking about men making any type of sacrifices for his household and that protection and that devoutness that comes along with that. Like, I'm cool with the biblical conversations, but let's talk about both sides of it. Don't just talk about what a wife is supposed to do and how she's supposed to submit and bow down. Let's talk about these Christian duties of this husband.
But check this out. But that's what I was talking about, the roles in the Bible about
jump
Abraham
in, Tony. You got
and Sarah, Isaac and Rebecca, right? We're talking about Jacob and Leah, right? And Jacob and Rachel. So now I can go down to David and Bathsheba, right? I can keep going down into
that's a bad example. That's a bad example.
Bathsheba was not his wife.
You can't use that. That was an entanglement. That was an entanglement. That was
the original entanglement.
Hey, listen.
The original entanglement. I'm dead.
After David and Bathsheba got married, he was
after he killed her husband, after he got her pregnant, because he was around while the husband was at war.
And had her husband killed. Yeah.
And had her husband killed, and then married her to try to make it right.
She became a wife. But then she became a wife, and her son became king of Israel. So before marriage and after marriage, it's totally different.
Not the first son, because God punished him that first time.
Let's get all the facts. Let's get all the facts.
Before
I don't like you had a hand Bible study while you talk relationship. Look at y'all.
After he got
Listen,
so check this out. After he got married to Bathsheba,
I was raised Southern Baptist as well, and
that's why you be so ignorant. I love it.
Listen, Hunty.
But after he got married to Bathsheba,
I started going to church when I was 20 years old. I was going.
Okay, pause. This is for my comment. This is for my YouTube people. YouTube, if you guys are loving YouTube,
stop that. Like, let's not do that.
Okay, hold on 1 second though. I want to give my panel.
Wait a minute.
Hold on 1 second. Y'all watching this panel, okay? Because we in this panel, but YouTube. Drop some fire emojis if you are loving this panel. Y'all, this is not just tonight. This is every Sunday and our little private ones in between. Look, we're not going to talk about Friday night private ones, okay? But y'all, this is every week. And you got to give credit for people who are able to come on, be mature, be respectful, and be passionate and able to talk. You see all these shows with these reality shows where people are cussing folks out, calling people out their name, being disrespectful, laying hands. I just want to point out the fact that this beautiful panel every single week holds it together. So drop some fire emojis and, give love, because these people are the bomb. Thank you.
We're going to do that. We're going to have a respectful debate.
I'm saying, I love it. Lead by example.
So, LaShante, back to the point I was telling you.
Antoine said, I'm going to make my point.
Antoine said, y'all going to listen to me.
We thought it was over.
We heard
you.
You thought it was over, huh?
Y'all gonna make me put my hair up.
Don't worry. You're not the first one to judge.
And that's how black women do. So I'm trying to change the subject. It ain't over yet. Now, who is me?
You know what, Antoine? I'm going to give you that, bruh. I'm going to give you that, because we'll be quick to be like, let me finish so you can finish going.
Antoine said, I'm speaking. But before Antoine says what he was going to say,
listen, and he called my name, so he has my undivided attention because you called my name. So LaShante is listening to you, Antoine.
Jamie, real quick before he's
I just wanted to say for the sake of the audience.
Oh yes, honey.
Yeah, I wanted to say for the sake of the audience that we're now having a conversation of what marriage looks like specifically within the Bible and Christianity. And so for some people, that completely doesn't even matter to them. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So LaShante, when people get real and it's real, you gotta say their name.
Yeah. You done call my whole government. I'm listening now. You have my undivided. Go on for it.
Now I'm talking to you, Deshaun. All right, now that's what I'm saying. So just for the listener too, like I know that every listener's not Christian. Cool, I understand. So I don't like to pretext my things with just Christianity. All right. But I come from that space, and so I understand both sides. But since a lot of people are Christian, we can use that context. So with that being said, when we start talking about the men in these gender roles, as we go through Genesis to Revelations, we can see a clear context of what that looks like and that leadership looks like for gender roles for men, beginning with Abraham, even beginning with Adam, right? Even beginning with Adam and how he had to till the garden and work and do things like this while Eve chilled out, right? So going from Adam and then going to Cain and then going all the way through Moses and Aaron and his wife, right? And Joshua and his wife, right? And keep going on down the line and down the line. We can see how men provided and protected for their household in abundance and how they created a legacy and lineage and how important it was for them to be an example for their bloodline for generations, right? And then as we start to go through the book of Judges and we start to seeing the judges come through, and then we get into the book of Kings, right? We start to see how the kings provided for their household and how they laid the example of what a man is supposed to do, right? And then as we get into the New Testament, Christ gave an example, but he also gave an example in the Old Testament because the Old Testament was the book of laws, right? The law of Moses, that law ruled for a long time. And so when we're talking about men and their roles, we can see how men provided, how they're protected, how they led with bravery and courage. Also, how they went out to war, right? How they gave their lives not only for their family, but for their country and for their tribe, whether they're the tribe of Benjamin, whether they're the tribe of Judah, whether they're the tribe of Issachar, right? Whether they're the tribe of Simeon and Levi, right? So we see the examples of how these men laid down their lives, not only for their family, but for their tribes and their country, right? And as we get into the New Testament, we can see a lot of times how the book of Peter was married. A lot of the apostles were married, right? The only apostle that wasn't married, I think, was Paul, but all the other apostles was married, right? But you didn't hear a lot about their marriage life or their personal life because that wasn't the point of the New Testament. But we can see how they stood fast, not only in their faith, but also within the principles of faith within their own families, right? We didn't hear about how their wives did this or how they committed infidelities or blah, 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 blah. So we can see how they were stand-up men. And so when we're talking about how men are supposed to be examples, we have healthy examples of what masculinity looks like from Genesis to Revelation. It's all throughout the Bible because God is the word upon word, faith to faith, glory to glory, precept upon precept. And so not only that, but he made us in his image. And so with that being said, when we're talking about how Christ laid down his life for the church, that's a great example. But we've also seen that throughout the whole Bible. So when I talk about gender roles, I don't negate man or woman. Like this conversation is about women, but I like to lean towards masculinity because I'm a man and I understand that we haven't had the healthiest form of it or example of it. But with that being said, a man's role is to provide, is to protect, is to lead, is to create a comfortable, vulnerable, safe space for the woman and the family to thrive, not only for its immediate children, but also for generations to come. So there you go with that. Amen. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord.
And that's nurturing. We going back to the beginning of the conversation.
And I get that, but we have to talk about and this is and I don't usually have these conversations, but since we have it and we're here now, then I'm fine with that. Because if we're talking about traditional roles and traditional Christianity, we have so many men out here. Okay, so let me preface this before I say that. Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Are you starting from the church in 1919 or the church in 1990?
No, heavy is the head that wears the crown is a saying. And that means that the leader, and if you commit to being a leader and you stand flat-footed, 10 toes down and said, I am the leader, and biblically, this is who I am as a leader, then you can't make excuses. Then you can't preference that. You can't say if this, but that, or I wasn't taught that. We're talking about biblical leadership, and we're talking about what men's roles are. If we're talking about true leadership, you're talking about men in the Bible biblically that were true leaders and how they walked and how they talked and what their roles are. And then we fast forward to where we are now, and men say, well, I wasn't taught how to be a leader, or I may do these things right, but I don't do these things right because that's not what I know, or these aren't the things that I do well, or you women do this, because we have a lot of Black men that claim to be leaders, but they blame the women. You can't blame the women, and you can't blame the children, and you can't blame all these different people if in fact you are the leader of your household. All we do most of the time on social media is you have bickering back and forth and blame in the blame game. And women need to do this. Well, women don't get what they need in a man because they don't submit. Well, women innately submit to leaders. And if men aren't leaders,
loving leaders too at that. Woo.
Exactly. So if you're not a leader, if you're not a true leader, then a woman is not going to submit to you. And you can't blame her for not submitting because she can't innately define the leadership in you. So it's like I see so much of the blaming and so much of the women don't do this and women are not traditional and women don't do this. Well, guess what?
And the collection.
This thing is left because the men aren't in their places. So I don't have the conversation all day long if you're taking the responsibility of the lack of leadership. If I go to work and things go left, I don't usually get blamed if I'm the worker, but the supervisor, he has to take on the brunt of the team, and whatever mistakes the team makes and whatever lacking the team is and whoever the weakest chain is, the leadership gets blamed for all those different things. So if in fact there is some true leadership and we're talking about biblical leadership, then there can't be all this blame for the women submitting because that woman is innately designed to submit to the leader. And don't tell me that it's not true.
Can I jump in on the end of that? Go
when you meet when a listen, I was raised by a leader, and I know what leaders do, and I know how women react to that leadership, and how if a man is telling you what to do, I didn't have to question my father because I saw his leadership. And even if I got out of pocket, if he got me to the place where he needed to talk to me and have a conversation with me, I respected him in his leadership role. So I understand, and I saw my mother respect him in that leadership role. So I understand what true leadership is, but a lot of men don't want to have that conversation because it's not that biblical conversation about
and I'm sorry, but Jamie,
because then you have to take on a lot of responsibility that you're not willing to take on.
Jamie said something that she had.
It's all right. Go on.
You're good. Okay.
So let me ask you this, LaShante. As a man, like, I don't question women like with the submissive thing. What I do question is, were they ever taught what femininity looks like and what submission looks like from a woman, which means from their mother, from their grandmother? Because in this generation, a lot of, especially we're talking about Black Christianity, Black church, Black families, Black households, this generation was raised predominantly by single parents. So they didn't have that balance that you have with man and woman, mother and father.
Yeah, but if you're talking about single mothers, then you have to talk about absent fathers. That's what I'm talking about. We're talking about true leadership. You can't single out women if you're not going to single out the men that walked away. Where is their accountability? Where's the accountability for the man that walked away? See, I prefer not to have conversations like this.
I'm not questioning that.
That's what I'm saying. I prefer not to have conversations like this. But if we're talking about teaching, you have men that weren't taught to be men either. You have men that weren't taught to be men either. You got men that were raised by a lot of women as well.
Shante, Antoine said, hold your mule. I was trying what I had tried to say.
That train took off out of the station. That train took off.
Hey, let me get you some water.
Get your water, boo. Get your water. Get your sippy cup. Look, get your sippy cup.
That cup empty, man. What you got in that cup? You need that cup to be running over.
I'm a drink a little
You done made a sweat. You done made a Shante sweat.
I know. I got my fan on.
We need electrolytes.
Not electrolytes.
You know what?
Not electrolytes.
You need that whole bottle, goddamn. Hey, but so I was asking you, when it comes to femininity and submission, and it comes because a woman can learn that from a woman. A woman can teach a woman how to be feminine and what that actually looks like, right? So when we're talking about submissiveness and what that looks like, that is the woman's place to teach the women from that perspective, right? And so likewise, we're talking about where it's innate for women to be submissive. My question was, who's teaching the women on what submissive is, what it looks like, and femininity? And the opposite of that is, when you're talking about leadership and masculinity and what a real leader looks like, I was going to talk about who's teaching the men about that, right? Because I hold both accountable, but you had to put the cart before the horse. Like when we're talking about women, who's teaching the women submissiveness? And likewise, who's teaching the men how to be leaders? Because they're both the two sides of the same coin. So that's my question to you. Like you're raised in a two-parent household, so you know what they look like. But to other women who are raised by single mothers, do you think it's an honest conversation to have with a woman about do you believe in being submissive? Do you know what that looks like? Who taught you about submissiveness? Who taught you about femininity?
Yes, there should
That's
be.
the real
Yes,
conversation.
there should be. Yeah, absolutely. I think that there should be conversations and relationships that, and you should, and as you are beginning to get to know this person, you should be able to get to that point where you have asked very, very hard questions. And what we try to throw out in niceties is that it's not important as to how you were raised and what your values and morals are. We throw those things away because we feel like those are uncomfortable conversations that we want to have, and we believe that it's a judgmental conversation. But as the woman that I am right now, I have realized in my journey upon life is that I need a man that was raised with morals and values and understands his role as a man. So I need to have these conversations with him as quickly as I can to understand what his background is and what his upbringing is and what he believes and what his morals are. So being raised in a two-parent household, and what we negate in those conversations, or what you're talking about right now, is that it is just important for a woman to be raised by a strong man as it is for her to be raised by a strong woman. The things that you're talking about, I learned from my father.
Right.
I learned more from my father about being a woman as I think I learned from my mother. I learned how to behave as a woman from my mother. I learned what women do from my mother, but I learned the expectations of a man.
Watching your dad do it to your mom.
My daddy. A woman. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Exactly. I was taught how to be treated by him, because he was the first one that taught me what a man and a woman's relationship is supposed to be, and how I'm supposed to be treated as his daughter, and how I'm supposed to be talked to, and what kind of languages he's supposed to speak to me as, and how he's supposed to address me, and how loving he's supposed to be to me. Do I get hugs and kisses from my dad? Should I want that in a loving space? Well, yes, I got hugs and kisses from my father. I was protected by him. He taught me what it was to be feminine in the eyes of a man. So we can't negate the fact that both of those relationships are just important. And as a woman, I would say that being a daddy's girl and all those things that Yonci was talking about, the relationship with your father, that has taught me more about being in a relationship with a man than anything else. Yeah, because I have an understanding of what men desire from women based on what I saw from my mother and father, and how my father talked to me about what men would like and how I'm supposed to be treated. Because usually good fathers treat their daughters how men are supposed to treat them, and how they're supposed out, how they're supposed to respect me, how they're supposed to talk to him first. When my ex-husband came to ask my father for his hand in marriage, which is something that I demanded of him, my uncles came and they took him away for hours. I wasn't sure if he was gonna come back. But what I do know is when he did come back, he understood how this was supposed to play out. And I remember my daddy saying to him, if you can't take care of my daughter, then you need to leave her where she is, because she's safe here, she's protected here, she's taken care of here, and she's going to be fine here. Right. So I'm her father. I'll be there for. So I think that has to be mentioned too. We have to talk about both of those relationships, because it's just as important when you understand those roles. I think I'm a better woman for having a strong father in my life.
And I want to say this, I don't think it's stated enough that a leader is the most powerful one, in that if you have, going back to the work scenario, if you have a very powerful leader, he inspires his team and they get in line. You could take the most effed up, lost soul, but with the right leader, he gets his entire or her entire life together. And it's the same thing that a lot of men don't understand with women, is that you could have the most loud, insubordinate, whatever you want to call her, woman. But if you love and nurture on her, I guarantee you, if you have a man say gently, babe, I love that you want to do XYZ, but I'm asking, would you please just allow me to do 1, 2, 3? It's going to take a special woman to still be like, nah. A lot of times what happens is a man tries to boss her into what she's supposed to do instead of lead. A leader is facing this direction and people are willingly following. A boss is over here telling people what to do. And at least from the men that I've experienced, they think that because of their genitalia, it makes them my boss. No, you being a leader is what makes you lead me and makes me want to follow you. And I gladly will follow because that's what I grew up seeing. But nothing makes a woman bristle more than having a man think that he can just dictate what's going to happen and leave out the part that LaShante was talking about, the love. The love comes first. The love is the most important thing. You follow those that you love and that you respect. And that comes when the man is doing what he's supposed to do. And so, oh, that's sweet. Sorry, we have our chat in here, guys. Chavez said the right man will bring the best. He said the right man will bring the best out of the woman and vice versa. And yes, and I want to say this, and I try really hard not to be one-sided. It's the same thing with a woman. You know, a woman being soft will get a totally different response from her man than a woman screaming and, you know, going crazy. The Bible says it's better to be on the rooftop than in the house with the brawling, you know, woman. So, yeah, so we all have to, I think, look at the spirit and our energy more than we do these roles. Because if you come in demanding, well, I have male genitalia, therefore this is what's supposed to happen. And I have a female genitalia, so this is what I'm supposed to get. You know, it's just not going to work. At the end of the day, it's the spirit. And I will say this because I do want to move on. If there's a closing argument, I do want to move on to another topic. But I do want to say that when it comes to the roles, I still stand by whatever works in your household, because as I was stating before, with a leader, you assess your team and you see what strengths and weaknesses you have. So if I have shelves that are really high and every day things need to be put on the shelf and taken down, I'm going to pick the tallest guy. And if there's stuff on the floor that needs to be picked up, I'm going to pick a shorter person. I'm just going to use common sense to pick the person who's best able to do this task. So to me, I'm going to look foolish if you have allergies, but I'm going to make you go cook. You never picked up a spoon and a pot in a day in your life, but I'm going to make you cook when your partner is a cordon bleu, you know, trained chef. If you have a job that allows you to be at home and you're cool with being with the kids, but her job requires her to be in a courthouse, what kind of sense does that make to say, but that's not traditional? So I still stand by the tasks being handled. And again, no one in here has argued against the hierarchy and anything like that. We are all on the line. So if anybody has any,
yeah, I like to say this, that LaToya made a point in the chat that her mother didn't teach her about what being submissive is and what that looks like.
Yeah.
And so with that being said, like, and I think I made a post in the group about that. Like, there's a lot of women, especially Black women, who weren't taught what that is. And so when they do get into these relationships, they don't know what that look like, right? They don't know what femininity is. They weren't taught what femininity is from their mother. So we have this thing where they don't know that. And then we have this thing where men aren't taught what leadership looks like, how to actually lead a family, how to actually lead their own lives, how to actually provide for a family and not depend on a woman to help you, but actually figuring it out as a man, right? So we have this thing where we aren't being taught, but we're trying to get in these relationships without having a clear idea of what it is that I'm supposed to do. And so we're figuring it out in every relationship we get into. And instead of having these healthy unions, we have these unhealthy experiences, right? So I think it's not even, but we should have conversations about masculinity, femininity, these gender roles of what it is a man is, you know, designed to do and what it is a woman is designed to do and who's teaching who. Because if women aren't being taught submissiveness and femininity, then there should be women who's teaching women those things. Likewise for men. So I just want to put that.
And I'll add to this, and I'll use my relationship for an example. I still feel like a lot of those things, even what one man considers feminine is not for another. So there are some men who don't want profanity. There's another one who are like, I think it's sexy. I keep going back to, I think what works for that couple. So in my relationship, we constantly have conversations. What do you like? What do you like? When you are this way, how do you want me to treat you? When you're upset, how do you want me to treat you? When you're, what do you want? What works for my past relationship is not going to work in my current relationship. And I don't know that there are always universals, even when it comes down to femininity. There was a guy, I dated a guy who literally said, there's nothing taboo about bodies. If you want to wear a G-string bikini and post it on Instagram, I'm not bothered. He was an actor and he would do sex scenes. So he's like, even though obviously we're not having sex, like you could see my backside, you see whatever. That was not okay with me. I'm not okay with that. My girlfriend might have no problem with that. The guy that I'm talking to now, like, he's more conservative. He's not trying to have me like half naked on the gram, So it's like, it really depends on what each person feels. And, I would say my guy is pretty traditional, but we still have to come to that understanding and have those conversations within our proverbial home, the home of our relationship, to see what works for us. And what worked for my parents, who are my example, don't work for me. So I think that we do agree a lot on a lot of stuff in here. But at the end of the day, I lean on the side that gives more wiggle room for each person to have their own individual needs. And I don't think it's jumping out of the window. I don't think it's abandoning structure. I don't think it's abandoning tradition. I don't think it's abandoning even the Christian model, if that's what you're going after. I think that there should be a healthy balance. Tony, you were going to say something. Did you still remember what you were going to say?
Moment has passed.
I was going to say it's probably long past, huh?
They talk too much, don't they, Tony? I tell you, especially that dang Antoine and LaShante.
And LaShante giving us,
but at least I'm equal in calling people out.
So LaShante's giving us her ceiling fan, right? That reminds me of a time when Paul was on. It was one of our first group chats. And Paul fell asleep. Do you know we stared at his ceiling fan for like 6 hours?
Oh, I remember that.
We were like, Paul, are you there? And he said he woke up in the morning and was like, that was so funny. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys the option right now because we are 2 hours and 15 minutes in. I'm in California, so I'm not tripping. Do you guys want to go for another question? How are you guys feeling? I want the majority to rule because we're down to 5 of us.
Yo, we in here now. Come on.
Hey!
Hey, friend.
Okay.
Hey, friend. People, friend Antoine. Don't be friends with him, Jimmy. Don't do it. He flip-flop.
I love this.
All right.
All right, you guys.
It's all right.
Hug Joe way, boo.
So we
hug Joe way.
Yo,
not nobody else way, but Joe way, boo. It's all about you. Show word.
So I'm going to share a tip and then I'm going to ask the question. So This is a tip for me that works for me. And it's an idea that my guy and I have in our relationship. And I think it's really cool. You guys know at the very beginning, when everybody's cupcaking boot up, nobody critiques, right? Everyone's like, oh, that's fine. And you might be annoyed. She might be running late.
Who did that?
Oh, she said,
I didn't do that.
Look, okay, maybe the majority. A lot of things we let go at the beginning because, we're like subconsciously on our best behavior and we're just kind of settling in. But then over time, you let the person know, no, you smell, I don't like that, or no, your cooking is not that great. You start to get more blunt. And so I had to remember hearing, I think somebody posted something in the group about having weekly or monthly check-ins. And I thought it would be kind of cool to have a hybrid. And so the idea, yes, the honeymoon stage. So the hybrid idea is, and we'll see how this works, saving any criticism, unless it's like you're standing on my foot and I need relief, but any criticism with, exception of the obvious, save it for your weekly check-ins. Let's say your weekly check-in is on Saturday. Throughout the week, everyone has cell phones. You could use your phone and then have a little document or whatever, and you could document the things that bug you because there are some things that are really valid things that you want to address. There are other things that after given 7 days to ponder over it, you're like, it's really not worth saying. And the beauty of this is that a lot of times, it's just like with Yelp reviews or feedback. People say people are 8 times more likely to stop and give feedback when it's negative, but when it's positive, they tend to not. It's just something about human nature. And so that's something that I think that people can incorporate into their relationships in order that during the week you're getting words of affirmation and you're building each other up. And that way there's not that sense of nagging, because a lot of men feel like women nag. And a lot of times women don't feel like they're heard, or maybe the guy is trying to speak and the woman is emotional, because, you know, we can be emotional. We might not hear. So I think sometimes it might be helpful for us to incorporate almost like a business setting where you have your quarterly reviews or what have you. It's almost like that. It's a check-in, but you're not constantly during the week tearing down. Why is she smiling, LaToya? She looked like she got something to say.
On your face, like quarterly business review? Really? I mean, damn. Oh, I'm sorry. I agree you should check in. I just thought the wording was kind of funny.
Oh my goodness. All right, so here's my question. Okay. If a man sets up a date, and this actually happened in the group. So a woman, we didn't get the backstory, but at some point a date was agreed upon. And she picked a Thursday. So I think they met each other on a Saturday or Sunday. It was a weekend. You remember that? And she picked Thursday. So from whatever it was, Saturday or Sunday, up until, and she posted it Wednesday night. So it was Monday, Tuesday, and all of Wednesday practically. There was no communication, not a text, not a call, not a smoke signal, not an Etch-a-Sketch message. So she was asking us, should I still go out on the date? And there were lots of different opinions. So I want to get you guys' thoughts. I want to start with Tony and see what you guys have to say. Do you feel like she should have taken him seriously and gone out on the date, or do you feel something else?
Okay, I'm sorry. What's the question
I
again?
put you on the spot. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so, you did. I was like, it's okay. I'm good.
I'm like, Mr. Smith in the back of the class. Oh, yes, Ms. Jenkins. Okay, so man and woman interact over the weekend. Man and woman decide upon a date, which is 5 days out. The 5 days transpire and no communication has been had. Should that person still go on that date and take the person seriously?
Wow. No communication up until the date of the date?
And not even the day of.
Oh, no.
Okay, we see Jamie's just shaking her head, so unequivocally be no. Look, she was triggered a little bit.
Returning the dress. If I could return my nails, I'm returning that too. Okay, cause whose idea was it to ask me to go out on a date and then you don't communicate? What kind of foolish? Okay, I'm gonna be quiet.
Okay, because people were trying to be literal. They're like, well, the date, what, you know. Okay, LaShante, what is your thought? Are you going on that Thursday date? She like, where are we going? Just wait.
I know.
Did I pick this
Am I hungry?
Did I pick this
Was it Ruth's Chris or Wingstop? What are we talking here?
I remember that thread too, and I said no. Now, mind you, I'm a communicator, so I probably would have texted sometime during that 5 days to figure out, you know, what the deal was. Because if you ask me out on a date, I understand that some people get busy or whatever the case may be. So somewhere in there around Wednesday, I was going to say, hey, how you doing? And I was going to get a confirmation. If he didn't respond to my texts in that 5 days, like, you know, that Wednesday I shot a text or whatever and he didn't respond to me, then absolutely not. But I think that if I had shot a text on Wednesday, he probably gonna be like, hey, how you doing?
Right.
My week got busy. Sorry, I haven't reached back out to you. Are we still good for Saturday? You know, something like that. I wouldn't have been radio silent either, because I understand people get busy. I get busy. So at some point during that time, I was going to reach out to see what was happening.
Let the record be known. That happened to me almost a year ago now. He set up the date and I did not hear from him up until right before the date. And just let the record be known. He ended up being a cheater. So, I mean, correlation.
Look, I'm looking like, what? Well, shit, if that's the indicator.
I mean, if you want to connect the dots.
I cannot.
So
he had a whole wife.
There's a really good
That's a whole nother subject. That's a whole nother
Lord.
Okay, LaToya.
Or YouTube. I can't.
LaToya, are you going on that Thursday date with no communication prior?
You got the savage crown.
That happened to me too. Dude asked me out during quarantine. I was like, all right, I'm ready to risk it all. Let's go. Never heard from him again. And then like 2 months later, my friend hits me up like, oh, he's interested. I'm like, I haven't heard from him in 4 months. No.
Does he have dementia? Like what?
I know he got another woman. No, he has another woman.
He reintroducing himself.
He probably had, like
he had another chick.
Yes.
Whatever, you know what I'm saying? She probably dumped him, got tired of him, and
yes.
then
Right.
Yeah, she realized he had a wife.
Or something. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, darling, are you going on that Thursday date? No communication?
Me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm not. Now, come on now. Come on
look,
now.
Look, we can move on.
But come on now. First of all, I'm like LaShawn said, I am a communicator. So while I do understand we get busy because, listen, there are some weeks where sometimes I'm like, just give me a few days and I talk to you.
Me too. Yeah, me too. So
however, if there is no communication so we talked on what day did we talk originally?
Saturday to Thursday.
Saturday. So if we talk on Saturday and plan this date and it's now Thursday and I have not had any form of communication with you. Now, while I will reach out. So it's not like, oh, you didn't reach out to me at all. I will reach out.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going to have had to talk at least by Monday. For me to even consider
Tuesday the latest.
Tuesday the latest, right?
Yeah.
Because Sunday family day, you might have had to go grocery shop for your mom or something, or whatever. But
doing laundry, watching football,
doing laundry because
laundry is not a masculine.
Listen, Jamise, listen, I'm like your husband. It can take me 4 days to do laundry. So look, I get it.
Antoine with an A said laundry is not.
Listen, but it can take me 4 days to do laundry. So I get busy, caught up in the laundry. I don't know. But listen, if we talked on Saturday and we planned a date on Saturday, and I have not talked to you by Monday, Tuesday at the latest, we're probably not going on this date. Because a couple of things. Here's the thing. So I hate to admit this.
Take your time,
but
babe.
I need details. Because for me, I like to always present my best
self. What outfit are we wearing?
And what outfit am I wearing?
Are we coming with?
Where are we going?
Shoot. And you know what? Honestly, I don't need to know the ins and outs of, okay, if I ain't never been out with you before, I need to know because I need to let my folks know, hey, this is where I'm going, this is who I'm going with.
License, registration.
You know what I'm saying? License plate, something.
Yeah,
so if I come up missing, they know how to find me. But you know what I'm saying? I am a details person. And so I'm like, what type of outfit do I need to wear? What type of shoes? Because I love to wear high heels, but everything is not a high heel situation, right?
How long are we going to be gone?
Right. Like how much time do I need to dedicate to this? Because I may have to work that day and I need to make sure that my schedule can accommodate what we're doing. So, those are things for me. So yeah, if I don't hear like Tuesday at the latest, but that's even pushing it a little bit for me. But
see, mine's more
emotional. To you every day.
Mine's emotional. My thing is, if you see this cute thing on Saturday, and you have no need, no desire, no want to hear of my voice and see of my face, I am not the one for you.
You got a good voice, Yonci. I'm just saying. I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying some people real cute and they open their mouth and you be like,
Because I'm just saying, like I'm a whole
right though, Terry.
I'm not lying. Listen, it's been some people, I ain't gonna say no names, in certain groups, I ain't gonna say no names, that I looked at the picture and be like, damn, he fine. And then he talking.
Okay, damn, that's all you gotta say. You just me, God, no,
I wasn't talking about you, Antoine. Dang.
Doctor.
Good doctor. I was not coming for you on this. What's the
name? Or your doctor.
I was not coming for you on the 23rd day of the Lord.
She was not coming for you or your doctorate, sir.
Not at all. We a team doctor over here. I'm with you.
I'm saying. So here's my thing. I feel that I am a
Shut up. He just told me stay black, Yonci. Kick him out.
So I feel like I'm a whole mood, and I feel like if you can go 5 days without needing to talk to me in any kind of a way, I'm not for you, and I don't make any qualms about it. And for me, if I can go 5 days without talking to you, I don't like you. That is a test for me. If I look up and I haven't texted you, I'm like, ooh, you out of sight, out of mind. I don't think about you till your name pops on my phone. Baby, you not in my top 2. So I'm just saying. And in this whole busy thing, everybody talks about the busy thing. You do what you want to do. Because I guarantee you, if you're void of oxygen, you're not going to talk about I'm too busy to catch my breath. No, fool. You are going to do what is necessary. So if you don't have me on a level of necessity, of just the minimum. I'm not saying you just pass me in the mall and you need to change your schedule for me.
Preaching a whole
You know what I'm saying? I don't want a man who's casually looking for a booty call. I want a man who wants a whole wife. Let me tell you. Let me. Can I preach for a second, y'all? Can I preach for a second, y'all?
Preach, because I got the offer pen ready. Just the offer pen.
Tony drinking water. Look at what you did to Tony.
My heavenly Father knows what his child wants. The Bible says that if he will give you the desires of your heart. Okay, he said if you delight yourself in him. And I have been trying to delight. And look, I don't know if this man is the one. And I said I wasn't going to talk about him, but I'm going to talk about him because I can't hold it back.
Do it, girl.
When a man knows what he wants,
give me some inspiration.
He does not need a whole week to pick up the phone. Saints, tell me if I'm wrong.
I'm sick of y'all.
When a man wants a wife,
flat girl,
he ain't got time to be texting. Okay, he ain't got time to try to be.
Oh, come on! Oh yes, Tony, come through with the music. Yes, let's get it going.
Tony, do not encourage them. Do not encourage them.
You better come on in this sanctified Zoom.
When a man sees what he wants, he slideth in the DM with intention. He slideth with a finesse. He slideth with the I have not desire for any other maiden except thou. That is how he slideth in the DM. He slideth in the DM, and when you ask him to state his business, he slideth with intention, and he lets you know, hunty. Dude said, I don't need 3 months to know if you're a whole mood. I don't need 6 months to decide if I'm in love with you. I don't need a year to make you my wife. So we ain't got time. We ain't sitting over here. What are you doing? And then 3 days later, nothing. And then 4 days later, what are you doing? We don't have time for that. We are building. We are. What are your love languages?
Can you redo that voice and what they texting again? I want to hear.
What are you doing?
And let me tell you something. And if this thing, let me tell you something. God forbid that you never speak to him again in life. You will never deal with another nigga who does not pursue you with intention. Let me tell you something. When a woman has been pursued by a man with intention, you can't go back to the BS. You are not forever changed in your life. And you know right away when he don't really want you.
Here.
The bar has been raised.
Because I was pursued with intention and somebody decided to make me their wife. So now I can't fool with nobody who owns some BS with it. I don't want you. I don't got
time.
Can we give the invitation? Can we give the invitation to discipleship if there be one?
Y'all,
Tony. If there be one that wants to come over to the married side and deciding quickly, all right?
There you go.
And I'm standing for the preacher. Y'all see all the
I have lap cloths. If you want to come to the altar, I have lap cloths. I have lap cloths for the hussies who came in with the short skirt.
You know what, Yonci?
Drink your church wine.
Look, let me tell you what this man did.
Y'all gonna make me go get my fam.
Let me tell you what this man did on day number 1. This man said, my DM is closed. He said, I have sent out a mass text. Say, don't call me, don't text me. I have my eye on somebody. I am not to be bothered. When a random text, he said, this is so wrong. I hope he does not watch this. Someone slid in his DM from, random, you can't control that, and said, do you believe in long distance relationships? He said, I sure do, because me and my girlfriend are in one right now.
And look at him. And look at God.
Look, won't he go at God? When a man is intentional, this is my rule of thumb. You will never ask 5 things. Who, what, when, where, why. You will have no questions. You will be clear. Does he want me? Is he interested? Where is the thing going? What is he doing? You don't have questions because he's letting you know he is in your face.
He done answered them all.
What is he doing?
He answered them all.
He in your face
but
like
let me tell you something. And then men that be playing them games with you want you to react to them in them games like, no, I'm sorry, sir. I had been treated appropriately by a man. I cannot go backwards now.
The bar hath
I
risen.
don't have time for you in this red flag.
The bar has risen.
Queen Savage, how many people have you said that to in this past week?
Yeah, like I'm not playing SOS
But
with you.
Janice got on her mother's board church fan over there.
Yes,
This
she
ain't
does.
the real fan. This
Yes,
a
she
photo.
does.
Don't make
She's
me go
waiting
get
for the
my real
collection
church
plate.
fan.
She's waiting for the collection plate to be passed.
Child.
She listening to head, ain't it?
Speaking a whole word.
And look,
She's
what's
speaking
so
a whole
funny?
word.
What's so
They
funny
on here
is when he started to, preoccupy my time, so much time was being preoccupied. Let me say this, church. Let me back me up, motherboard.
Testimony.
The roster was like, what in the hell is going on? Because no more calls were being answered. No more texts were being responded to. I was not concerned with saying yes to any other dates because the attention and the time was there. The energy was there. A woman responds to a good man. Okay, anyway, we're going to move right along.
Wow.
No, we about to have an altar call. We about to have an altar call.
Yes, Tony. Yes, brother Tony.
Oh, Tony.
You didn't ask me if I still going on a date after 5 days. You didn't ask me that.
Antoine, Tony wanted to talk.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Hey, no, my question. Okay, so no, and okay, man.
Ooh. Can we get some organ
don't
first?
ever do that again. He is the brother from the Brotherhood, I think.
Can we get some organ first, though? Can we get some organ?
I know you had to play that music one more time.
Yes.
Okay. I got you, girl. I got you. No, okay. So, Yonci, I understand this person took up a lot of your time, and this is in the beginning, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what was.
He's like, let me proceed carefully.
I'm trying to proceed without. Okay. Is this the gentleman that you're involved with right now?
Yes, it is a current new situation. Yes.
Okay. Dang. I can't.
You know what, Tony? Join us on Fridays when these questions can be asked.
Look, I was just gonna say Friday would be the perfect time for that. Yes, come in on Friday.
All right,
in the neighborhood chat. I love this.
People worked me so hard on Friday. I was asleep by 9:30. I was so mad I missed it.
Listen, and I needed you on Friday.
And I was cupcaking. Y'all put your hands out for my laptop because it's tripping again.
I was
just put
knocked out. I took a flu shot on Thursday, girl. I was done.
Yes, I needed you.
I work for a hospital. I had to take it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I had to take it.
Antoine, listen, they gave her that sample corona vaccine to make sure she was okay.
Hey, you almost went to the afterlife with that one, right?
Listen, I felt like Sophia, like all my life I had to fight. I was so tired. I was so tired. I was like, oh, the call gonna start in a minute. Child, I woke up at like 2:00 in the morning, wondering where I was at. Like,
I cannot. Okay, I'm gonna throw y'all a curveball.
Just in time.
Here's a curveball, you guys. I don't know if you're familiar with the Kardashian family. They're a family out here in California, in Calabasas. Okay.
We know them heifers.
They have a gentleman.
You still didn't ask me whether I would go on a date after 5 days.
Because
you is married. We don't care if you're on a date because if you do, we telling.
Take Mrs. Whitehead.
What you not gonna do is do that, though, Terry.
All right, my bad, friend. I'm gonna do better.
Okay, so here's the question.
I said I was. Don't do that.
He's trying to get him a new
what did
queen.
you say? Did you say you would go on a date? We know you would go.
We know you
would.
No,
I wouldn't. I got standards.
He's like know your worth, king. Know your worth, king.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's a gentleman. So one of the sisters is named
Even if she was gonna pay.
Right.
Oh, she gonna pay? Oh.
So one of the sisters on the Kardashians, her ex, who is the father of 3 of her children, they're no longer together. They were never married, but they ended up splitting. I cannot think of his name to save my life right now. Anyway, so they
talking about Scott.
Thank you, Scott Disick. So they split up,
decent,
and
yeah.
he had his parents both pass away at somewhat of a young age. And so there was a big void filled by the family. And so for him, it was really traumatic to his mental state to just not only lose the love of his life, but to lose the entire family, which was his whole world at that time. Not to mention he has 3 children by her. So they have a very unconventional situation in which he gets invited still. Now there was a period where they didn't, because it was a little wild in the middle. But now he's in another relationship, but they still invite him to family things. They do stuff. He does stuff as a family with his family, his ex and the kids. And that's very, very untraditional. I want to know, what do you guys think about still participating with your ex's family if they are inviting you? What do you guys feel about that? Very untraditional, close your ears, untraditional situation.
I'm cool with that.
Who gonna go first?
Oh, look.
I'm gonna say, I think it's, again, I'm always going back to communication and you all talking about what it looks like for you. Because for me, if, I have not been married yet, but if I'm married and it does not work, but it's going to work because I'm going to let him know, like, it's going to work. You're going to figure this out and be better. But if it didn't work right,
pretty much.
Well, we're family. Like, we're still family. So what? To the law, we divorced. We had children. We were married. Like, we are family regardless of this not being a legal thing. And so if we're family, if these people are my children's family, then that means I'm still family. And so if you invite me, and of course there's going to be boundaries and there's going to be respect and there's going to be conversations, especially if there's another person in this relationship. And I'll use the example of, so I love Deion Sanders, right? And not so much because of his football career and all that stuff. That actually got on my nerves. But what I love about Deion Sanders is the way he presents himself as a person. And so when he got with Tracy, he made it a point to call Babyface and say, hey, sir, let us have this conversation because I know y'all are family and y'all have children and I'm going to be exposed to them. So let's have this conversation about our family because that's what we'll become.
Mm-hmm. What if there are no children? What if there are no children? I should ask that.
See, now, if there's no children, it becomes a little weird. So for the case with Scott, right? So for the case with Scott, that was his family. He lost his parents. Right. It gets a little blurred line because if you lose your family, you're an only child and it's the only family capacity you have. I know me and my family, we would still invite him. We would just, like I said, have the conversation with our actual loved one to make sure that the people are comfortable with this person still being included in some things. But I would just, it would break my heart to kick somebody completely out of our family when they've lost their entire family, So, but I mean, that's not the norm, right?
Right.
So.
Non-traditional, girl.
I think
it's only not the norm because we throw words around and phrases.
True.
And then when things don't go the way we want them to go,
we change it.
No, it's not even changing. It's now throw everybody in the garbage.
Right. That's true. That's true. Everybody's expendable with this cancel culture that we have. That's true.
Okay.
My in-laws, we said we're divorcing our spouse and not each other.
Yeah. I mean, I'm divorced and I just moved back to where my ex lives a couple of years ago. And
reunited and
don't do that. I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of it. I'm sick of it.
Trying to get some more.
I don't like it.
Smiling too bright. So you gotta go now. You're trying to get some get back.
I'm sick of him. But no, we were divorced for a very long time. We've been divorced almost 10 years. Shut up, Antoine. I'm not talking to you. Hurt you. Just hurt.
Is she blushing, you guys?
his parents, and his mom just passed recently, but his parents would get our children every summer, and they would take them for the whole summer. He travels for work, so even the time that he was working and gone, they would have our kids for the whole summer. And they started doing that after we had, been separated for like a couple of years. So, and his mom made sure that our relationship was good and it was intact, because she wanted our grandkids to, be a part of her life. So we were always good, even after we separated, even after we divorced. So when I moved back up here, she was like the one inviting me. Like, she wanted me, she wanted me to be there when they were having different things and stuff like that. And I felt uncomfortable in the beginning, but, when she pressed the issue and he was like, yeah, I want you to be here too. Then, we started, I started hanging out with his family. And even before that, when he came for like our oldest son's graduation, and even before then, my family was very happy to see them, because we were married for a long time. We were married for 10 years. And we met at a very, very young age. So his family was my family and vice versa. So I think if you're able to work it out, I think that's a good thing. It helps with the children. Even though our kids are older, they were happy that I was around their family, and they were happy when he was around our family. And it makes them comfortable, and it makes them too understand how to deal with these situations, even though they can be difficult, that you can work it out and everybody can be in a good place and being able to interact with each other.
Agreed.
I think it helps. It's not easy.
Sermon, though.
But it helps. It's not easy.
You know what, Antoine?
I know you're not talking about long sermons with your long-winded self.
But you had a whole
doctoral dissertation.
100 days.
You a good Baptist preacher. He over a 2-hour sermon talking about your sermon was long.
JD, there was an intermission.
Came at us with Ecclesiastics. He done went from Genesis to Revelation. Now
because he always from Genesis to Revelation. Talk about Abraham.
The Bible, because what they did in Genesis and what had happened in Ruth and what they did and what they was talking.
And then the epistle.
2 Thessalonians. There was an intermission. There was an intermission. We left, got snacks, refilled our drinks, used the restroom, changed the baby's diaper, and came back.
We went to the fellowship hall and everything.
Look, they had a good pound cake.
About to have an altar call and communion.
We had a fish fry. There was a fish fry in the parking lot.
Choke yourself.
And whenever Yonci don't go back to him to answer the question, he is gonna have a whole thing.
Choke yourself.
See,
Choke yourself, Antoine. Choke yourself.
Dang, violence. Y'all need to repent. The Lord said that thou shalt not be violent in times of fellowship.
Oh
thou shalt not be what?
Violent in times of fellowship.
And he's talking about we get on his everlasting nerves.
That ain't even in the Bible.
That ain't what it's.
Yes, it is. It's in Galatians 24.
I cannot.
What book does that fall behind?
No, I got some nigalations for you.
Listen, we know Queen's Adams. We know.
We can go through those scriptures. I got
Hephalonians. We got Hephalonians and Nigalations. I can't. Okay. All right, everybody check the group chat. And who would like to go next and answer the question?
What's the question?
What's the question? How you what?
If you don't have children, would you hang out with your ex-in-laws?
Are you married? Are you married? Would that be
divorced? They're divorced.
Ex.
Oh, ex. Yeah. Can we still get some cut too?
You know what?
Oh, that's a valid question right there. Now, what is this cut up happening? Is they cutting? Is it?
So here's my thing on that though, Yonci. So like,
and that's my baby. That's my old baby. Sweet potato pie, whipped cream. Hey, ain't nothing like a little extra.
You know what? I'm not dealing with you either. But like, what if you? So like, Yonci, there are times where you become friends. So like, if you have siblings, right? And y'all build a separate relationship outside of you being with that person's sibling. Like,
yes.
So I'm supposed to give up my friendship just because we're not together anymore?
No,
but that's what I'm saying. So like that, like it really just depends. If I'm friends with your sibling and like we have a whole separate relationship where you are not involved in when we go out, when we do anything, if we don't work and this person is not like, oh, you broke up with my brother, so we can't be friends, we still friends. I'm gonna still hang out with my friend.
That's true.
But
I had to have a conversation with a relative about that.
What you mean stop playing?
Stop playing, Tara.
Stop playing about what? I'm so serious.
Stop that.
I'm not.
All right. That's fair.
Why she can't?
You know what I don't like though?
Friendship?
You know what I don't like is arguing with someone off camera. Like,
I've seen this person in 15
arguing with a picture.
No, it's the real you or not.
Right. I feel like you can't audition us with this picture.
Who knows if Antoine is your real name?
I mean, this could still be Dory we talking to. I mean, you just don't know.
You petty.
Yo,
I'm just saying they could be over there hanging out together right now.
It's really ain't no telling. Ain't no telling.
but Latari, you brought up a really good point about like when you create relationships with like other people. I literally had to have a conversation with my brother because me and one of his, first of all, he picked girlfriends who were great friends for me. It's not my fault that he picked girlfriends that were awesome friends. Okay, like it's not my fault. And so one of them, they broke up, and he like expected that like we was all gonna break up. I'm like, hold your mule. You shouldn't have let me like her. You should have told me don't like her yet. I'm not sure. You know what's going to happen, and if we break up, I don't really want you talking to her. You ain't say that, and so now we still friends. And I don't
that's
know
real. No, that's real.
And like his new girlfriend, I'm like, all right, now we've had that conversation. So now I'm like, all right, you let me know when I can like her.
That's real.
I'm just the opposite. When my brother dared them broads, I dared them too. I don't like
It depends.
Now, Lashante, I'm about to be a whole hypocrite, right? I'm about to be a whole hypocrite because I'm the same damn way. My brother be like, nah, I ain't with her no more. Oh, we don't like her? Well,
yeah, we don't like her no more. Yeah, say word.
It depends.
Say word. Say word.
I'm for the most part the same way. I'm gonna say it's probably like maybe 2 or 3 in like with my few brothers. They're like 2 or 3 that we just became so close that I was like, no, I can't get rid of her. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, but like this particular person I'm talking about, like she don't watch my kid. She done changed him. Done grew up with the babies over a couple of kids. You can't just be throwing them.
That's different. If they was together for a long, long time.
They were together like 4 years.
Yeah.
So like it's like the kids calling her auntie. You can't just throw
You
her.
just got benefits. You just got
So now
benefits.
the new one, she just get a name. We ain't auntie yet because if y'all don't work out.
Oh shit.
Latoya, what you say? What you say, Latoya?
What you say, Latoya?
What you say, Latoya? Chocolate drop.
With the laid hair.
Okay.
Yes, with the laid hair. She's slick.
You know what?
I think it's time for a glass of wine.
Face beat.
Go ahead, Toya. We listening, boo.
Somebody got some echo.
Yeah.
Some
Hey,
feedback.
I'm sorry.
I think we can't hear you, Toya.
Tony was trying to rev
Oh,
up
there you go.
to finish the sermon when the choir was coming in.
I do want a selection though. I have a couple requests.
I know Sing God's trying to tell you something.
Yes, I think that someone wants to hear Amazing Grace.
No, you know what? You are.
You knew I was gonna go
The petty.
there.
The
Y'all,
petty.
Sing God's trying to tell you something.
The petty Yonci.
God can't use everybody. So that's fine.
Right. I support that statement. But
And
Yonci,
still yet he using you.
Oh, I'm about to child. Because from
Lashonda,
Genesis
did you
to
hear what she
Revelation,
said, though?
he used a whole lot of people
whole
from
lot of
Genesis to Revelation, as you said, my dear
Yeah,
brother.
Revelations,
All
you're
right,
right. Because in Galatians 24:7 says no. No, nigga,
I'm
no.
about to say, yeah, and then the follow-up to that in Galatians is that all the noise ain't joyful, so don't do it.
I just knew how much you like that particular song selection. Though.
Stop playing with me.
Adam and Eve.
So let me tell y'all. Let me give y'all some quick backstory. Yonci knows that I absolutely despise Amazing Grace. I cannot stand the song.
So you dying over there, ain't you?
And so that's why she
to a bad
asked
place.
this man to play this song. I do not like that song. I'm gonna make me shut my laptop if he play that song.
Mood 24/7 is. Oh man.
No, Antoine, do you want me to do it? Do you want me to go there?
So I have a question. Where did this tradition start? That preachers did talking like there's nowhere else do people do public speaking where they do that. Like, can you imagine if the
I'm gonna tell
president?
you the truth. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna tell you the truth.
Let us know.
That's only because they eat all of them hog maws and collard greens that the culinary ministry be making, and then when they get up there, they can't breathe because all that grease is stuck in their throat. So yeah, that's what happened.
I'm gonna tell y'all, the first time my sister and I went to a black church. I went to my great grandmother's church.
Not throat, but throat with a K.
Baptist fit, baby. They ain't nothing but a Baptist fit.
So I was raised in a Caucasian church. Okay, when I was younger, I was in a Calvary Baptist.
Awesome.
Yes, we were in a Calvary Baptist. And everything was amazing, you know that. And then we had the hymnals. It was the whole nine. You stood up, you praised the Lord, and then you sat down and stopped praising. It was organized. We knew. Started at 10. It ended at 11.
It was organized. It was organized.
You sat down and you stopped praising.
When church ends at 11, it ended at 11. Like 10:59, we were opening the door. Like that was what it was. And then I'll never forget, we went to my great grandmother's church, and it was my first experience at the black church. And I remember I was like this. I was terrified.
People going like this.
I was like, why are so many people having seizures, for one? Two, why is the pastor screaming? Why is he like dripping beads of sweat? What is going on? I was so traumatized. I thought the lady in front of me was going to like flip into my pew because she was like this. And I'm like, oh, Jesus. We were so traumatized. And so I understand when people haven't been to the black church, it's a whole experience. And I didn't know, like, there were so many things I had to learn. I had to learn about lap cloths.
It depends on which denomination.
That is true.
Because
that
I
is
was
true.
raised Southern Baptist, baby, and we didn't do all that shit.
I didn't understand about the gloves, you know, the white gloves. I didn't understand about the hand behind the back. Yes,
yeah, that's the ushers.
I didn't know that if somebody is
make you spit your gum out.
Oh, listen.
I ain't so sad, man. I used to hate them. I don't get you.
I didn't know about that it was considered like taboo to touch anyone who was slain in the spirit. Because I remember somebody was like slain near me, and my natural inclination was like, oh, like to comfort her, and they were like, no, baby, like you circle around, you don't
interrupt what the Lord's doing.
Put that sheet on them.
The Lord's doing a work.
Let God have his way.
That's right. You let the Lord have his way.
But her wig fell off. That's fine, child. That's fine. They like put it back on.
That's
like,
what was supposed to happen. That's what was supposed to happen.
He was working on her pride.
That wig, whoever bought her that wig ain't right. That's why when she caught the spirit,
she should have tied it down
off.
before she got in that line. It should have.
You know what? Each and every one of you need a timeout. Each and every one of you need a timeout. Y'all know better.
Terry, you know you got heard a preacher say it came off. It was supposed to come off.
Right. Listen, so I am the child
if it wasn't pinned down.
I was a child who
Give me a glass of wine.
Just sat down and shut up because I was going to get in trouble if I didn't. Okay, let me be very clear. I was going to get in trouble because I'm the child be like, oh my God, Miss Jenkins' wig fell off. I would be that kid. Okay? I am that child. I am that child who be like, but wasn't she just cussing out Miss Johnson in the back? How's she doing that? I am that child. So
that's because you wasn't pinched enough. That's because
no, sis. No, did you hear me say I was the child who sat there and shut up because I was pinched enough to realize if I just sit here and shut up, I will not get pinched again.
Do you guys remember the eyebrow? My dad had a mighty eyebrow. He could be
Mine had those prior.
a block away, and if the eyebrow went up, it was like the slow cock, like the I wish.
I never get an eyebrow, but I had an aunt who literally sat. She wouldn't even be sitting next to me, and somehow she was sitting next to me, pinching you that skin right there.
Yes,
the skin.
yes.
My dad had a thump
that
too.
little piece.
The thump.
Child.
What it is.
Y'all
That
ain't
little
met
piece of
Joyce
skin?
Ann.
Listen.
You ain't got the razor eyebrow. My mama, I call her Joyce Ann. This lady, my parents are pastors, and so from the pulpit, if you saw her go like this, sit up in that chair,
See,
and go,
you gonna catch one.
Look,
it was problems.
We all knew, and
problems.
You guys, do you ever remember seeing other children, and they're screaming on the ground, and you're just like, your brain can't even process, like, I don't understand, like, how is that in their world? Or they're like, no, mom, I don't want to.
Does not compute.
I'd be like, I don't know who you talking to, but you about to get beat. Listen,
And you're preparing, like, let me just not even be close to Timmy because I don't want any of that.
No, I'll be like this, because I'm still scared of my mama. I don't care.
Right.
Sis don't play no games.
Right.
I'll be like,
I'm the eyebrow mama.
That's what I'm saying, the eyebrow. Wait a minute. So why was I shopping the other day?
I laughed at that. I'm sorry. Listen. Again, my mouth has been my most reckless tool in life.
I'm shocked.
And if I ever got an eyebrow, I like your sarcasm. If I ever got an eyebrow, I'd be like, what's wrong with your face?
No. Is that a seizure? Is that a warning sign of a seizure?
I cannot.
Listen, when I tell you, yeah, my mouth is my reckless weapon.
But some people don't catch those nuances. You guys remember in the group chat, we will just be elusive. We were in the group chat and a topic kept getting brought up. And I'm like, but the weather is lovely.
No.
Yes.
Like,
yes. That's when Betty was asking about.
Oh, she really just busted her out.
You dropped names. You should just said we were being elusive.
Sorry. I was watching TV when you
Blame
said
it on the
something.
alcohol. Blame it on the alcohol.
But listen, we ain't care about that. We just wanted the tea. So that was one of them times when we wanted the tea. Okay.
But
that thing was so funny. She was not listening.
She said, I am a dog with a bone and I will be getting what I need. Thank you.
I laughed every time she said it.
I'd be like, and then the Dodgers. So what about, let's get back to, no, we're not doubling back.
She doubled back like 6 times.
She created her own
said,
path.
what you're not going to do? You're not going to shut me down.
She did. She said, I don't receive that. But y'all ever have those friends where like you're trying to be hinting, like let's say a guy's trying to ask you out and you really want to leave. So you tell your friend, yeah, we should probably get going. No, Yonci, didn't you just say you loved this club and you were having a great time?
Yes.
No, I didn't just
yes.
say
Yes.
So first of all, I don't have them type friends. Let's be clear. I don't have them type friends. All my friends know the look. They know the words. If I give a certain look, they already know. Let's go. If I say certain words, they know that is not of me and it's time to leave. They
that
already
was
know.
funny.
Those are good
she
friends.
Was like, nope, we're here now, and I want to know what happened.
She did.
She was like, so what had happened with the New Orleans?
Let's bring this back. I dated a guy once and he was so
What
slow.
happened at the New Orleans?
She's like, let's unpack that. Why is she like rotating though?
She fell down on this. She laid down on the bed. She's done.
She's in a vortex.
Done.
She's like,
what happened at the New Orleans?
Y'all see, I'm about to be messy. Was that the same night that somebody got a nickname that we can't speak of?
And that was also the same night that somebody denied having a girlfriend.
Oh.
Listen, that was also
I mean,
the night
a
we
girl
was in the club.
A girl.
That was also the night we was in the club.
Antoine, you got anything to say about that night?
No, because he was smoking hookah.
He's mute. Hey, wait a minute. How are you going to be on a group chat, leave the entire, not even leave, stay on the group chat, go on a whole date, and then come back into the conversation?
Yes, we was in the club.
We have a whole, I got to tell the viewers this story, okay? So y'all, we have a whole, they don't understand. We have a nationwide network of friends. We are, obviously, y'all can see we homies, right? So we all be talking, YouTube people, we be talking. Our record is 9 hours of conversation, and the only reason why I stopped because people had to go to work. Yes, somebody stayed up her whole night and went to work with no sleep. It was hilarious. But we had a guy who alleged that he didn't have feelings for his best friend, female friend, but everything else didn't make sense, didn't add up. He was on his way to a non-date at the club, and we all wanted to see the chemistry and the body language between him and said not attracted to female friend, best friend of 2 years. And so he proceeded to take us on the video chat onto this outing. And so we were all at home in our beds, but at the club with him. We were like, yes.
Right. We was in the club. We was in the club.
We were in the club. We were judging people without having who didn't have masks. We were judging the we be having fun virtually, y'all. We ain't letting COVID stop us. Look, I'm gonna get into this next one. Okay. There's
dang, wait a minute. I want to hear the rest about this situation.
Oh, you want the tea?
All right, but hey, I don't want to mess up them. Go ahead, do your thing.
Look, no, I was saying the tea was just that somebody had possibly gone on a date with somebody else in the video chat and just was, dropping a lot of information.
Tony, I'm just gonna say this is the reason why I keep calling LaShante Queen Savage, because when I tell you she dragged said dude for filth about not understanding that said woman of 2 years was not his said best friend, but yet he was said in love with her.
We got answers. On that call, we got answers. We did.
When I tell you this woman right here, LaShante Robinson, dragged him for filth for a good 30 minutes. For him to finally sit back and be like, you know what, sis,
he reevaluated his whole life that night. He really did.
Let me look.
I got a question.
Ain't no cleaning it up.
I gotta defend myself. So what had happened was,
yes, Chastity, we having a good time.
What had happened was, I was out. I had been out with some friends, right?
Wait, you were out that night too?
Yes, but I wasn't in no club situation. I was just kicking it with my girls.
You did say you moved back to your boo's hometown. I mean,
I told y'all she fronting over there. That's why she got her hair done.
Antoine.
I mean,
I was with my homegirls and we was like, on a patio situation and we was having drinks. So I may or may not have had a few drinks.
Libations and whatnot.
Yes. And I had said that when I got on the call.
You did disclaimer yourself. You did.
I disclaimed that I had some shots of tequila. I said that. But when he said it with his chest.
He did.
He was like, no, the new woman needs to be able to accept my friend,
or my
it's just
best
not
friend.
gonna work. Like he said it with everything in him, and I was like, "Excuse me, sir."
What were there, like 11 women on that call?
The bro code tried to defend him,
Yes,
and even Antoine had to be like, "Nah, bro, you for the streets. I can't."
Yeah, Antoine.
I was about to ask, was it Antoine?
No, it was not Antoine. It was not.
But it was full circle, you guys.
Brother to this dude and support him, but then had to tell him, "Nah, bro, you for the streets," because you.
So the story was actually a beautiful story of full circleization. The man came in full denial. It is now. It is now.
You gotta add that with the Webster.
It is. Sometimes
what happened was, nigga, we got a new circularization on some new shit.
it's listed in the scriptures and Galatians. So just so you know, he had a whole full circleization moment. He came in denial, and it was deep denial that he just was platonic and that he in no way was threatening potential relationships with this female best friend. That was his claim. The 11 women on the call got him so together that he literally was getting his life on camera. Like, we saw the transformation of his life coming to him. He gathered his whole life and was like, actually, I love her, but she doesn't like me. Am I lying, you guys? Am I lying?
No, but listen,
he came full circle.
So Yonci broke him down.
I did.
It made him admit, like a school teacher who had caught somebody with a cigarette in their pocket. He broke his ass down. Like, I may have dragged him, but Yonci made him confess. That is something that's the
I was like this.
tool I need in my toolbox.
She made him confess to not to being in love with the friend. Like she broke him down like a kindergartner who got caught.
I had a whiteboard. I was like, so carry the 1, divide by 2.
Yes.
That brings you to
Yes.
love. This is love in the zone. This is where you are. Do you see yourself here?
You
like the moral directory? You are here.
Yes, Antoine trying to defend him.
That is
Antoine
skill.
so
That's
he can
the skill.
defend him.
No. See what happened was.
Oh God.
It's okay.
I need to learn
because
that. I need to learn how to make men do that.
You know,
Go ahead,
it was
Antoine,
all in the
defend your buddy,
circulation.
defend him.
and
yeah,
I have
it was in
to.
a circulation that he didn't have the full circulation.
He didn't
of a
have the
man's
full
perspective.
circulation.
So
Hey,
he
rude
didn't
boy.
that's all it was. He still, you know what I'm saying?
And I have to
Well,
learn when to
myself-
turn that off in my relationship because, you know, my father's a teacher. Like, that's his style. You know, I try to teach. And for me, it's like, you know, sometimes you just want to paint a picture. I really want to have like flashcards. I want to have like diagrams, you know, and say what had happened was here, you know, the way this is set up right here. Like, I just want to really break things down. And sometimes I have to learn to just let things go and let God, you know, because you can't be teacher Yonci all the time. LaToya, you were muted.
But it was effective in that scenario. And so this is the 2 different styles of me and Yonci. So here's the thing. When I'm having a conversation with somebody, I'm usually able to pull out the things that they're not saying. So when I confronted him, I was able to make the same assumption Yonci did. I just didn't do it in the nice way that she did. I
blame it on the tequila, child. Blame it on the tequila.
And then Betty came in for the kill at the end.
I'm blaming it on tequila because I heard what he was saying, which everybody else on the call did too. But I was the one who confronted him and was like, "No, you like her. You like the girl." And that's why, you know, you bringing all these women to her, making them say that this is going to be the woman you like and you want in your life. Yeah. And as soon as she even exhibits that she likes you too, you're going to drop whoever you dealing with and you're going to get with her. And when I confronted him with it, he was like, full denial. No, that's
full
not
denial.
what it is. Blah, 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 blah.
From his chest.
Like, yes, from his chest. He was pissed. He was like, how dare you? And I'm like, call you out on your bullshit? Yeah, how dare I? But then at the end of the conversation, Yonci breaks his ass down like a fraction.
Not like a fraction.
Yeah.
Lowest common denominator, baby.
Her. Yes, Tony, I do love her.
Tony, that's
like matter of fact, I do.
This conversation with a lot of women.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do love her. I am in love with her. She just don't like me back.
Don't be having side conversations about us like we ain't here, like we can't hear y'all.
Look, just because you off camera, we can hear you. I took my AirPod out today and I thought I was talking quietly.
Butt on top. That's all we was trying to tell y'all, but y'all was talking.
What was that? Bye, Rude Boy. What did you say? No, not you, Antoine. There's literally a guy named Rude Boy. Sorry. Sorry. He just said goodnight in the thread. I'm sorry. That was the timing.
Stay black, man. Stay black.
That was a stay black moment, Antoine. I felt for you. I did.
Yeah, that really was a stay black.
I
black,
promise you, his name literally is Rude Boy, and he just said good night. See you tomorrow. I swear on everything, you guys. I was not calling you Rude Boy.
Don't ever make a promise.
Please don't let him
You know what? That ain't your gift, sweetie. That is not.
You know how you had said God can't use everybody?
Yeah. That's not your ministry. That is not your ministry.
So here's my question for you. I did a post. I did a post in the group that got polar reactions, and I felt like I really didn't get a chance to explain it fully, which I wanted to do on the live chat. So my statement was actually not my own. It was a quote I heard and I thought it was brilliant. He said, "You learn more about your partner after a divorce or a breakup." And I want to ask you guys, true or untrue? And I'm going to give my take at the end because I have a strong opinion on this.
I will say both can be true. That's what I will say. Both can be true because, I mean, that's just the facts of life. You see people differently when you are no longer obligated to them.
Oof.
Because you become a different person, especially depending on how you all broke up or went through your divorce. You grow, you evolve, or you revert back to old ways. And so yeah, you learn a lot about a person. Like you learn how nasty they can be or how sweet they can be.
Look,
you learn their thoughts on, you know, conflict resolution,
female best
adequate communication. Like that stuff all comes out when it's a breakup and it's a divorce. And you learn if that person really cared about you because, giving an example from myself, an ex of mine and I split up and had a situation where my car completely broke down. And, you know, I was taking care of some things. So like getting a new car right then and there was like not something I could do. And he offered to get me a car. And we weren't together. We had broken up and it wasn't like it was not a clean breakup, wasn't a great breakup. But if nothing else, the one thing that I could stand true in knowing is that you cared enough about me and my safety, no matter what our circumstance was, to make sure I had what I needed to take care of me. So, yeah, I think you learn a lot about people, or you solidify truths about them in that space.
I agree. I couldn't agree
Like
more.
if she got edges or not.
You said what?
If she got what?
What was that off screen?
Right. Call it.
What you say, Antoine? Was you coming to me? Antoine, you was coming to me?
Who's talking?
Off
Who
screen.
said that?
You know, there's offset, and then now there's gonna be off screen.
Who said
I'm
that?
saying you find out if she got edges or not. So you learn about
Wow.
I mean, but you know what,
You
Antoine,
wild
I ain't gonna lie. I'm with you, bro. I'm with you on that.
Wow, disrespectful.
Nah, but that'd be real though. I'm gonna give him that. Though. I'm sorry.
You probably cost her edges. She probably started out with good, healthy, you know, growth, and then when she left, she probably was all patched up and.
Oh, she had a wig.
I'm about to say, well, she took the wig off. I was with him. I understood you for once.
For what?
The somewhere didn't go right.
Child, please, you can wear wigs and still have your edge.
Just don't glue them down.
But you find out once y'all together that she ain't have none. What your hair?
Oh my God. Okay, anybody else have a take on that?
You do it too much. I think it's a choice. Like anything else, you can choose what you want to see and you choose what you want to ignore. And so when you get divorced or break up, it ain't no surprise. All of that was there. It's just whether you chose to look at it or not.
I think it's
I
something.
don't know. I think they become ugly, like in those moments. I think that I think it's just been
Or was their
proven
ugliness
that-
just revealed?
I'm about to say.
No, I know. I think it's situational. I think that.
But I'm about to say, if you want to really know how how ugly people are, look at when they get married and look at when people die.
Oh,
listen.
Yeah.
And when
I
they
think
get
there's certain
upset.
situations
Yeah,
that can happen in your life that brings out different parts of you, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the defining moment of who you are as a person. I think we all get angry. I think we all, do some things that we wish we hadn't have done. That doesn't define us as a person. It just means that in those moments we may have had some time.
Nah, y'all meant that.
I
You
can
meant
say
to
that
do
I
that.
did some stuff in my divorce that I would never again do in life. Like
You meant to do it when you did it though.
But I
it
think
was
that
me. It was me when I did it because I had to show somebody that I'm not the person that they want to.
But
make
that was
an
already
enemy
there,
out of.
right?
Right. I don't
it was
know,
already
because-
within. If it came out, it was already there. It might have been very way down, but it was already there. Can't nobody bring anything out of you that ain't already there.
That's a great
good
point.
That's a good point. But I think that people can trigger some anger that
It can trigger
it
you,
may be
yeah.
new to you.
But they can't trigger what's not there. Like nobody can make a racist come out of me because there's no racism in my body.
No, yeah, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that. But I can tell you that some people will trigger something in you that nobody else can.
I agree. But there
are specific moments that somebody is gonna come out of you, and that person may never come out of you again.
And I agree with you 100%. And you actually made the perfect transition to something else I wanted to say, which Antoine actually said. On a last live, he said that marriages are for development, growth and development, personal growth and development. And I think that in relationships, when you relate to someone else, it brings out things of you that you didn't know. So let's say, for example, I didn't know I had a temper until I was with somebody who made me really, really angry. But my thing is, do I want to be with that person? No, but I also don't want that anger lying dormant in there. I don't want anything, like Jamie said, I don't want anything in there that's even triggerable. And so for me, I really I'm so introspective, but when I'm in a relationship, when something bothers me, even when that person's in the wrong, I'm still trying to ascertain why I'm so bothered by it. And also, and I'll be very candid right now. I have a personality where I like everything to be fair and I hate hypocrisy. It is so hard for me to bite my tongue and take the low when I feel like I'm being held to a different standard. And if something is not right, I want to speak on it. So one of the things, being candid, that I struggle with right now and I'm working on is not having to say everything. And to me, that is a sign of a very mature person. Like, I look up to people, you know, those stories, those old time stories where there's like the old lady and everyone kind of wrote her off and didn't whatever. And the end of the movie, she's in a rocking chair and she's like, baby, I knew. I had that journal the whole time. Like, you know, that character that like, she didn't get so caught up in the emotions and she was able to like hold her peace and wait until the right time. That's my goal. Like, I don't want to feel like I have to say everything that comes to my mind when I'm always right. And my dad always says something, there's such a thing as being dead right. You have the right to walk off that curb and cross the street because you have the crossing little thing, but the truck that plowed you over, well, you're right, but you're dead right. So sometimes
I wish you with a quote from Insecure. Would you rather be right or would you rather be in relationship?
Come on, Insecure.
That's good. That's good. I had somebody tell me that when I was going through my divorce.
Yeah. When she hit Molly with that, I was like,
that's true.
And it's one of those things where it's like like with kids, it's obvious with kids. Let's say, for example, you out of here?
Yes, I gotta go.
Oh, bye, darling. Thank you for being here.
Hi.
Bringing all the yumminess.
Okay, bye, pretty girl.
Bye, pretty girl. Chocolate Barbie. But it's like with our kids, you know, like the kids would bring us a drawing and they say, Mommy, how do you like our picture? And it could be the most hideous thing. But we're not going to say that because we're more concerned with preserving the relationship and preserving, you know, what we have with them. And so I think we have to do certain things.
You don't have kids. Because I'll be like, yo, baby, that's ugly. Like, you need to do better. Your life's not straight.
No, don't do the baby.
Said you
don't
need
do the
to
baby
do
like
better.
that.
I think
I'm a fighter, and I don't just lay down. When you
So LaShante, hey, are you going? So who else you going to for Thanksgiving? Because you back home with your, you know, I'm just trying to figure something out.
That's out on this public platform in front of the whole world.
The whole world.
You see how he do me?
The
That's
World
how I know
Wide
you
Web.
love me, Antoine, but it's okay. It's
LaShante,
okay.
but how's the weather though? We got you, girl. How's the weather? Was the humidity thick? Was it thick, like, you know, where you had to pin your hair down? Was it thick?
With a slight drizzle.
I hate the drizzle.
That was a good turnip. That turnip was nice. That was a good turnip.
But the turnips were off the chain. They were.
It was.
They were.
And
but watch that drizzle, because that drizzle will sneak up on you, know?
Together, man. You see that? They didn't do my boy Cornelius like that. They was on his road, man. They did him so bad, man. They did him so bad. Oh, man. See, I want you to be mindful of that. Hey, brothers, if you're listening, remember to always stick together.
They can't see you, though. They can't see you, so.
Hard.
They don't know
hard to translate the message to the brothers.
Right. They don't know who's talking.
You know.
They can't see you saying it from your chest. They just.
See, brothers, y'all see what I'm talking about? How they stick together.
No, we actually don't see.
The brother, man.
We actually don't see.
They don't see nothing.
We don't
they
see
don't
anything.
see nothing. They see that raggedy picture from 12 years ago.
They can't even see that on the YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube can't even see the picture.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on now. Back up. Whoa.
Wow.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put some pimping in it.
Okay, quick fire round. All right, we're going to do a quick fire round, guys. You have a question either or, real quick, under the gun to your head. All right, Jamise, here's your question. 1 year, full year of unlimited airplane flights or the vehicle of your choice. Boom, go.
Airplane flights.
Oh, no question. I always gonna jack up your name. I'm always scared to say your name. Latera. Okay, I'm always so scared to say your name wrong.
Terai.
Okay, Terai. Long I. Laterai. Okay. Unlimited flights or vehicle for a year?
Unlimited flights. We already talked about this.
That's right, we did. LaShante?
Flights.
Flights, Tony.
Car. I like to drive.
Okay, and we've got. I'm sorry. Let's see who's off camera. Oh, Antoine.
I mean, it's your thing, but
me
in my life,
they got a helicopter.
No.
I take unlimited flights.
I mean, you can take it. That's considered a flight, I guess.
Nah, I take unlimited flights.
Okay.
You mean,
See, my thought was.
You would
I mean, a car can't go to Thailand though. A car can't go to Japan either though.
Yeah, but this is my logic. If you could get any car of any vehicle of your choice, you could get the rarest car that's worth millions of dollars and then buy your flights. Buy a jet if you wanted to. You see that, Tony? We here, man. We here.
But then you got to have upkeep and all that stuff. Nah.
No. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, that is a valid point right there.
No,
okay.
Yeah, but you're talking about unlimited
flights. So
that means that I can fly to Japan tomorrow
for a year.
And that flight probably costs like $700. And then next week I can fly to Spain. So it's like
two countries in a year.
Yeah.
But see, if you got the McLaren though, the McLaren worth like $2 million. You can sell that joint.
Well, I ain't going nowhere but to the Walmart and the McLaren. It's COVID. What?
No, we're saying sell it and get the money.
Yeah, you can sell it though.
Sell it and then buy the.
Let's be logical. Let's be logical. How many people can afford a $2 million McLaren? And if they can, they already have one. So who we selling it to?
Well, you know, people are always looking for a deal though. Why pay $2 million for a brand new car when you get it for $1.5 million? You know what I mean? Everybody likes to save money and don't pay taxes, and it's tax free. So what we talking about? Like, hey, bro, you want to pay this $2.5 million, or you want to pay this
off screen coming through? Okay,
off
screen, we see. Okay.
And it has no miles on it.
Here, bro.
It has no miles on it. Yeah.
Hey, matter of fact, you give me 1.2 and I sign a title right now. Hey, listen, we ain't got to say no more.
Rude Boy says it's COVID, so where you flying to? He said, are you flying first class?
We said COVID don't exist if COVID did not exist.
Oh, they don't.
We going on these flights, okay?
He's
right. I'm flying. I ain't tripping.
You are not flying to Thailand in COVID. They not letting you in.
He said you flying first class in Spirit Airlines, not Spirit Airlines.
I'm flying first class on Spirit. I'm not getting on nobody's Spirit.
You working my Spirit trying to get on Spirit. I wish you would.
Kill your spirit.
I wish
Kill your spirit.
I wish you would.
No, every time I think about Spirit, I think about the movie Soul Plane, and I'm like,
okay.
And I mean,
that's what you be saying right here.
All right, you guys ready for the next rapid round?
Greyhound of the skies.
All right, next rapid round question.
Greyhound is better than Spirit, child.
Next rapid round question. You guys ready?
We're
gonna start with Jamie's again. Yeah.
I'm sorry, quick question. Is that your left or right hand that you have up right now?
My right hand.
Okay, cool beans. Go ahead.
Good question, because I seen the ring on Jamee's finger. I don't want to bring that to attention, but I thank you, Tony.
I'm married.
with you, bro. Later, hey, she thinks she's slick talking about all this little single man. We see you. We see you.
Jamees said she was married the whole time.
She sure did.
I'm happily married. My chunky husband sitting in the living room right now with his chunky,
trying to talk about these single questions. We see you over there. Thank God, Tony.
I'm just saying from when before.
Latera, Antoine was married before tonight.
I don't recall, but I guess so.
Look, I wasn't gonna touch it with a 10-foot pole. I was gonna sip my wine and mind my business.
I got time tonight.
Hey, Tony, you see how they stick together? Then you see how they stick together, man.
Be about Thanksgiving.
Man. That's why we gotta stick together, man. That's why we gotta stick together, because they tripping. Ain't nobody ask you about all that, though, LaShawn.
I mean, he's looking for a vegan wife.
Whatever.
So.
Don't ask me nothing about no Thanksgiving.
All right, you guys ready for round 2 of the rapid fire questions before we close this out? All right.
Yes, go ahead.
You meet a guy or a girl, whatever your gender is, whatever your choice is, and they blow your mind. You're enjoying them for a week. You're enjoying them for a month, and the next month is holiday season. He or she invites you to spend the holidays with him and his family. Are you going? Yes or no, and why?
Well, what's the holiday?
Holiday is Thanksgiving, Christmas.
Is this like a out of town thing? Like, are they going on a flight, or like he in the next town over?
Next town over.
I mean, we gonna have a conversation. We just gonna split it, because not seeing my family on a holiday and we in the same town ain't gonna work.
But you're not opposed to going to see his family.
Not
Right,
opposed.
Okay.
Not opposed.
Yeah. No, I mean, like if it's close enough to kind of split time, I'm down with that. So, like, say for Thanksgiving, we go to your family first, we go to my family last. For Christmas, we go to my family first, we go to your family last. But realistically, for me, like if I meet somebody, we're like, oh wow, this is working. Let's meet families. I'm gonna be like, what's your family's tradition? So that way we can create a schedule that accommodates doing the things that we both love to do with our family.
So you're not freaked out by just being a month in and going
I
to
was
hang out
just
with
about
family.
to say that month in kind of.
So here's the
That's
thing.
what I wanted to
Life
know.
is short. Well, here's the thing. Life is short, right?
Tell it.
Life is short, and there are people who meet,
Time is
and
relative,
30 days
child.
later, they've been swept off their feet, and they've been married for 72 years, right?
Yeah.
And so, who am I to put a clock
Don't block
on?
your blessing.
Look, and I'm about to hit it for Antoine from the spiritual realm. What is it? A day to us is merely seconds to the Lord or something like that. I'm saying
A day is worth 1,000 years.
That's 1,000. Woo!
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing, but so like, I mean, really,
You gotta-
time is a construct.
Yes,
so,
Tony, yes.
What you saying, Chinese?
Tony
They
can
not
stop
all
playing
together,
around
you
with
know?
us and start really tickling
He
them
tried.
ivories.
You better stop playing with
Did he
me.
call it Chinese?
He tried it.
Woo!
Right.
See, because he don't. All right, hold my mule, Jesus. Hold
Okay,
my
LaShante,
mule.
what are you saying? What are you saying? You weirded out by being invited a month in?
Yeah, it just depends on, like, I think I agree with what Latera said. With the time is a construct, but at the same time, I may not be as close to him as I want to be in a month's time.
Okay.
Like, typically for me in 30 days, that's not long enough for me to really make that kind of commitment move to say I want to meet your mama. So I don't know. I would need to be able to gauge where we are. Like if this is that dude and I knew from day one that that's that dude, then yeah, I'm cool with going to meet his mom for Thanksgiving or spending Thanksgiving with his family. But if I ain't quite figured out what this is yet, then no, I'm not going to meet your family.
So Rude Boy stuck around. He wasn't quite ready to leave yet. Thank you, Rude Boy. He said a day is worth 1,000 years. Huh? I missed that quote. So what it's saying is a day, 1,000 years is like a day to the Lord, meaning that I keep looking at my phone like he could see me looking at my phone. Like get it together.
I paraphrase, Rude Boy. I understand. I really paraphrased that.
Yeah, it was. But the point was that for us,
That's
we
what
are
she meant.
limited by time and space. And so God might be saying, like, I have a gift for you. And we're waiting and waiting, thinking he forgot about us. But 1,000 years later, the gift comes. Because for him, a day is like 1,000 years. And he's not limited to that. And also, this is random. But one of the things that was a breakthrough for me, like an epiphany, spiritually speaking, was, so many people are like, how could God be God if he lets this happen and da-da-da-da-da? But the thing is that humans look at the spectrum of this, right? The time you were born, you come out of your mother's womb, and the time you're laid in the ground. That's what humans look at this perspective. But if you look at the biblical perspective, this is just the end of the human experience, and eternity is off camera. Like it's ever going. And so if God says, I got you, boo, he literally means I've got you through the end of eternity. He's not talking about between the day that you came out of your mother's womb and the day that you went into the ground. That is why you could go into the ground 3 seconds after you came out of your mother's womb and he didn't ever lie. He still got me, boo, because he's with us till the end of time. And so that was something that was confusing to me, is that a lot of times we put him in our box and we don't think that things make sense. And we say, well, why did he allow suffering and this and that? But he's looking at it from eternity. Side note, I digress. I get in my little preacher moments. Anywho, Tony, what is your answer to that question? 30 days in, are you saying yes to the holiday invitation? She cute. She got a big old booty.
Easy.
What? Speaking of, see, there's a situation that's coming up this week. It's similar to what you just said, so I'll let you guys know next Sunday.
I love that. Yes.
We got to be continued.
Yes.
Listen,
I thought
now,
about
next
something
Sunday.
else too. I thought about something else too, because I was like, well, if we're 30 days in and I'm really, really liking him, right? So, like, say I wasn't married, Antoine, right? But because he on my neck, all right?
Child, Jesus.
I ain't paying them people off free, no mind.
Right.
So it's 30 days in, I'm really liking him, right? I'm absolutely gonna say yes to the holidays because that gives me an insight into his family. I might really, really, really like him, and we wait a year and a half to meet his family, and they crazy.
Child,
This,
you marrying
this'll
the
work.
whole
We 30
family.
days in. Cool. Let's go for the holidays. Let me see what their kitchen look like. Do the dog eat off the table? Like I have questions that need answers.
These are valid questions though. These are valid questions.
And then I'll have that information 2 months in, and I'm not waiting for all of this time to
does his
figure
family
out what
say
I'm getting myself
conversate?
into.
Right. You want to know, does his auntie and everybody say conversate, library, you know, ambulance? You got to know these things.
And I'm all right if it happens. I just need them to
just know.
You know
at least
yeah,
know what you're getting into. Yeah.
Yes.
The off-camera guy, Antoine.
Hey, what y'all not gonna do though? What y'all not gonna do?
His official name, his name is Antoine.
Off screen. Look, I'm telling you, he's a whole rapper in my head. He went from Dr. Whitehead to Dr. Doodoo to Antoine. Off screen.
I ain't even do it.
See, y'all just be so petty. And she's so slick when she be her petty. Like when she bring her pettiness to camera, though. It's all good, though.
But
It
listen,
does. It does. And I like it.
We gonna blame it.
I like her style.
We gonna blame it on.
her style.
I just want the record to reflect that Sarah did not do it because all the other times, even when it wasn't me, I got in trouble for it. You was mad at me, but I just want the record to reflect that I did not say it.
I let the record show.
She's so slick.
It was not me.
This is so slick. It's all good. Though.
I may or may not. I may or may not be doing next Sunday's live stream from the family's house. I may or may not.
Oh, spicy.
That's where that question came from. Okay.
Somebody want to be her boo for Thanksgiving.
This is why wine is not allowed during live chat. But hopefully people don't watch the end. Nobody's gonna watch this thing like 3.5 hours in, so no one's gonna see this on YouTube.
So Rude Boy asked a really good question. He said, "Why does the family matter though? If the person you're with is cool, who cares about them?" I'm a
because you are in a relationship with all them people too.
Child,
you married that whole clan. I'm about to give me another glass of wine on that.
The whole clan. You gotta wrap your arms around all of the crazy.
So we covered this.
If his sister on meds, you might as well go ahead and take you one too.
Look, so let me explain. We covered this on another video. We were talking, Tony and I were talking about how important family is. And here's the thing. Family is, hold on, y'all. We real family right now, right? I'm about to just pop open my next bottle. So I think that family is as important as your significant other allows them to be. Some people have healthy boundaries. You can have a full-on crazy mother who makes crazy demands, but if you give her that shutdown ministry, she can only get this far. But if you have a mama's boy who is, well, you know, my mom did say she wanted us to come over for Thanksgiving. Nah, we said we were going to go skiing in the Alps. We going to ski. It depends on who you're with. So if you have somebody who's got the cojones to keep his family in check, you ain't got to worry. But most people are not prepared to take the side of their spouse at all times and to forsake all others and cleave to your new wife. So just keep that in mind. A lot of people feel pressure. I dated a guy who literally had a mom who would play games. She would manipulate. He needed her to watch his child. And so as a result, he told me she knew this. And so she would do certain things because she knew he was at her mercy. He's like, man, if she wasn't watching my son, I wouldn't do X, Y, Z. That to me is a toxic relationship.
Right.
And so those are all things that I pay attention to.
The other part of family too is that it gives you insight into the person you're dating.
Yes.
You get to hear all of them background stories, when they was mad, when they was upset, what they did, the little crazy stuff they did when they were younger.
How many women they be bringing around?
Come on, like you get a whole.
You always got that auntie who wants to spill all the tea.
Give her a little glass of wine. She telling everything.
Child.
Yes,
you don't even have to do that. Just give her a slice of that good sweet potato.
Rude Boy said, "I wish I would care what anyone else thinks about who I'm sleeping with." And those dynamics are really important. There are some people who are affected by their friends. Their friends could say, we don't like her, and he's going to pull back. Like, some people are very, very not comfortable with boundaries, and they will let people in their ear. And or you have some people who, like, you guys, I'm sure you've all known, you probably dated a guy at some point who was just the sweetest thing, would rub your little feet and tell you sweet nothings in your ear, but the minute his boys came around, he was a bad boy talking about, go make my plate. Like, you were the same dude who was oiling my scalp last night, and now you want to try to buck up and be all whatever. Like, you got to see how people are if they keep that same energy. And I think, you know,
he said what he said, though.
He did say what he said, though. I think that, you know, you got to watch. You got to watch and see. It's one thing to be in a bubble with somebody, but it's another thing to see them around their coworkers, to see them around their parents, to see them around people that they are, you know, that they respect, or people they don't respect. I think it's important to see someone in all areas of life.
I agree, but at the same time, you do have to have a perspective of why you letting those people meet this person, because you can't just ignore everybody, because sometimes they see things that you don't see with your rose-colored glasses on.
True.
I mean, you have to remember that the reason why you bringing them around these people is so they can see some things that you may have not been able to identify. Because I've heard a lot of people say, my mama said he wasn't no good, or my homegirl knew he wasn't right, and I should have listened to her. So it's like sometimes you gotta weigh your options and kind of see where that person is coming from, because everybody's not coming from a place of I don't want you to be happy. Some people like, no, this dude ain't right. And
they
this
ain't
is what he said
hateration.
when I asked him I asked him that. And his answer was like wavy or whatever. Or I know this dude, he was messing with such and such baby mama, and he beat the brakes off of her, and you don't want him to slap the you know, it's like.
Did you see that post, LaShante, that said, I said to somebody, because somebody was mad that an ex reached out to the person they were trying to talk to, but I said, if someone from the person's past reached out and said, look, I really want to tell you what my experience was like, would you listen? And a lot of people said no, and I was shocked. I was like, because just because I listen doesn't mean I'm be swayed, but yes, I want to know, because I at least would. Can you imagine if I ended up getting beat to a pulp and that person tried to tell me he's a beater? Like, I'm going to have my head, my ear to the street. I might watch things a little closer.
Because it isn't always the perception. Then that's the point I'm trying to make. It's not always somebody being jealous. Sometimes it's a true warning that you need to take heed of. Because if that person is pressing and really trying to get to you, it's not always some jealousy stuff. Sometimes it's this is what I survived, and I don't want nobody else to go through it type stuff.
There's a woman on Facebook doing that.
In that situation. I done had some exes tell me some stuff, and I avoided that like the plague. They was like, nah, girl, because he gonna do blankety blank. But guess what? She didn't want that dude no more. She was moved on with her life.
I was that woman. I was that woman at one point, and I reached out, and I was like, I wanted her to know, like, I've literally seen this. Like, I could tell you this that's happening from the outside, factual stuff you could back up. And I wanted to give her a heads up. Like, it literally would not serve me in any way to tell her this information. Do you know that was used against me? And it was like, oh yeah, that's my crazy ex. And it made this whole picture about she's crazy. And I ended up regretting it, because I was like, I legit was giving her a heads up. Like, I know for a fact the time that he flew you here, he literally had a half of the next week. He was doing this. I can tell you, just heads up. But he used that against me. Like, see, he probably was telling her, see, she still wants me. She's calling your phone. Because she never got to know why I was even calling. And I was on that girlfriend tip, like, I know what this is like. And I feel for you. And I want you to know what you're going into. But some people are shut down from the jump, and they assume it's always coming from a malicious. I don't want him.
I haven't asked the question, and I'm like, you want me to tell you? You want me to be honest or not? Because you asking me, I'm not asking. You don't have nothing to do with y'all. So you came to me. So do you want honesty, or what are you looking
says
for
ignorance is bliss.
Nah, son.
Not to
tell somebody going upside your head.
No.
Look. All right. Well,
you got a black eye.
I'm gonna close on this one. I cannot believe, y'all, we had all these questions. I purposely always give way more questions than I anticipate using, in case it ever does go on. So I can't believe we're actually going through all these, and I could keep going strong because this is my job. Like, I can sleep in tomorrow, so I'll go as long as y'all want. But I'm going to close. I'm going to leave this last question. And I want to say to you guys, and this isn't the vino speaking, this isn't the wine. You guys are awesome. You guys are entertaining. Y'all got me crying to the point of blowing my nose. I thank you so much for being on my journey. You guys mean the world to me. Each and every one of you guys have a special place in my heart. And I just think it's so cool. Tangent. Y'all know I'm a sentimental chick. But I think it's so amazing, the power of social media. And I think it's, you know, it's always funny when people are like, it's just social media. Like, no, it's not. It's actual real people. And, you know, Jamise has made a huge impact on my life. Tony had a big help in catapulting part of my career a couple years back, right? These ladies chat with me on Friday nights and they just add a whole vibe. There's some other guy, he's off camera, I don't remember his name, but you know, he's cool too.
Off screen. His name is off screen,
you know.
Hey, y'all laugh a little
I don't even know if he's still here. Oh, he's still here. Sorry. I didn't see you. I didn't know if you were still here.
Y'all say my name with your chest.
Oh, we love you, Antoine.
But we do.
With an A. Antoine with an A.
Antoine knows that I love him because I be tagging him every time I'm reminding people that we go live, and I would be all in my feelings if I ever came on and nobody was here like, guys. So I just want to say thank you to my people. You guys get me together. You guys have been rocking with me, a lot of you, for 6 years. You guys have seen me come from, you know, a new divorcee trying to figure the heck out what I was doing in my world. And you guys have become my community. And a lot of you I've met in person. And I just say, you know, never underestimate the power of social media. And I think that one of the things that I want people to learn is that everybody on the other end of the computer is a real soul. You know, a lot of people get flippant and they talk crazy and reckless because they're keyboard warriors and they're beefing. But there are a lot of people who are going through similar things to you, or they're struggling. You don't know who's going through domestic violence or is dealing with some, you know, debilitating disease. We don't know what that person's going through. And I think that the internet is just such an amazing tool in which we can connect with other people. And if you can connect with another person for a positive thing, even if it's as simple as you post a meme and it makes that person laugh, we're all in this together. And I just really want people to know that, you know, be kind with your words, and you don't realize what impact you're making on somebody else. And so Rude Boy says, hurt people. So I always want to give flowers to my people. I talk about you guys all the time. I know everybody's like, what is she talking about, this group? But you guys are amazing, and you're awesome. So here's my last question. What do you guys think about Derek Jackson? He is such a polarizing. How dare she? Derek Jackson is the guy who makes videos from the car talking about, I like that, healed people, Jimmy's. He's the guy who talks from his car. I don't know if he has a bald head, he has a short haircut.
Oh, the dark.
Oh, the dude that be talking about relationships?
He talks about relationships, and he's usually giving women advice.
Nah, that's how I feel.
I stopped watching. I watched a couple of his videos, but I wasn't impressed, so I stopped watching it because I don't have time to be wasting my time, and so that's what had happened when I had watched.
I am so obsessed with you. I am so obsessed. I realized I didn't have time to be wasting my time, so I clicked off. So you thought he was full of boo-boo. Malarkey. There we go. Okay. YouTube, we're being good. Don't strike this video.
I said, yeah.
Meh. Okay.
I mean, some things I listen to, I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Some things I'm like, I feel like you're rambling. I mean, but I ain't knocking at Brother Tassou. He has a brand, and he is for somebody.
Yeah, on that part.
Look, he is for somebody. He's not so much for me. And, you know, God bless, and I pray that, you know, you continue to grow and be great. Yeah.
But at what cost, though? Like that's the thing I don't like about him.
Come through off screen.
Yo, look, check this out, y'all. You got one more time. One more.
Square up. Just one time. Just come on screen one time, baby. Just one time.
But that's the thing that I don't like about this brother, is that his hustle is pimping black women, right? So everywhere we go, we got people pimping black women, whether it's the government, whether it's corporate America, whether it's preachers in the church, whether it's pimp, whether it's simping brothers like him, you know what I mean? Whether it's feminist movement and the LGBTQ element of people, like everywhere you go, the black women is getting pimped some way, somehow, whether it's for power, whether it's for money, whether it's for popularity, or even whether it's just for collectivity, where they just need your bodies, right? They need your presence because power is numbers, right? Strength is in numbers. And so with that being said, like this brother's just taking these trauma-filled, trauma-bonded, wounded black women who are looking for an answer to some situations and relationships, and they getting this from this man because he's, you know what I mean? He's simping, basically just pandering. And so he's telling a woman, it's like macking, right? You tell a woman everything she want to hear, and she gonna give you the world, right? Because that's what she's looking for. And so for me, it's like, hey, bro, if you're gonna give women a game, at least give it the right way to where you're collectively building the whole collective and not just building what you want to be for your own brand and your own family. You feel me? And for me, bro, I just think that's some whole ass. I just think, bro, like, excuse my friend, that's just soft to me, like, bro.
But why the women got to be trauma bonded?
So you don't have an opinion, is what you're saying? You don't have an opinion on him?
Because they trauma bonded, because, you know what I mean? Typically, when a woman trauma bonds, they usually attach or connect to people who are on that same frequency of trauma, and they identify with that level of experience.
I understand what you're saying, but you just said the whole man's community is trauma bonded, Lord.
I'm just saying, because when you talk to them sisters, like, they be really banging it up, and it's never healthy. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'll be like, yo, like, are you really building these women up to be a collective of a healthy community, to really be attached to healthy black men, or are you just saying some stuff just to get paid? And to me, he's just trying to get paid. And I ain't with that. Like, bro, like, to me, bro, like, I really want to go on your jaw, to be honest. Bro, you tripping.
On your jaw.
Woo. Y'all, I had to collect myself. Look, I had to collect myself.
All right, Antoine, we might have to pass the collection plate for you on tonight.
LaShante popped back up, and I thought it was Antoine coming on camera, and I was like, oh my God! Not old, but
girl, yeah, that would have been a Thanksgiving.
Y'all see, we are being catfished by this picture, so he is not going to come on camera.
I promise you, I feel like he's probably some like older gentleman with red hair and no side teeth. That's really what I feel.
Hey, Yonci, I am handsome. You better believe it.
I need you to video chat me, Antoine. I need you to video chat me after we hang up, and I just need to verify.
He sounds like every mother. That my baby is beautiful. You know that baby.
Singing
my mama
look like an alien. It's all right.
My mama say I'm handsome. My mama said
I always been a handsome.
All the ladies in the church squeeze my cheeks.
Always. You just so cute. That's why I got dimples now. They squeeze them too much.
You hear the echo, y'all. Like, I'm gonna be petty right now, but I'm gonna be low key petty. The echo.
You better not say a mumbling word. Don't say a mumbling word.
In the bathroom.
No, I'm not. No, I am not.
Hiding from your wife.
LaShante.
If they wondered where the nickname
my
came
phone
from.
died, so I had to come back with my pettiness.
You petty.
All I'm gonna say is you're a savage.
You are a savage, LaShante. See, I was gonna be subtle.
You not listen. It's almost 2:00 in the morning. I'm fresh out of
Disabilities.
Zero. I have zero.
So she checked in her pocketbook to see how much chill she had, and she was fresh out. She was
fresh out.
No chill. She had no chill.
The bottle is empty. The bottle is empty.
So you guys, so we have 7 people who are on this live chat right now on YouTube, the good people. Now it is almost 11, so 12 on 2. It's almost 2 East Coast. Yeah, it's almost 2 East Coast.
Yeah.
I want to know, you guys, your favorite part of the live chats. I want to know what made you stick on so long. Let me know who your favorite person was for tonight. I want to get your feedback because we are all in this together, okay? We are in this together, and we want to take it up every time.
Love together.
We want to keep taking it up notches and notches. So let us know. And wait a minute, Tony, I don't think I put you on the hot seat.
Wait,
what do you think about Derek Jackson? And I really want you to play a selection. Don't get it twisted. You are not leaving without blessing us with a good selection.
Tony, tell her you don't play for free. Tell her you don't play for free. Every
James.
time they want the church musicians to play for free, somebody gonna send
Drama.
My sister,
Drama.
Come on, don't go for the other side, Jamie.
Okay, no, I'm with Antoine. Yep.
Appreciate it, man. Stay black.
Yeah, man, because I'm like, simping ain't easy. It's like he doing too much. I'm like, he ain't balanced at all.
Facts.
Would you guys say
they're trying to make his money? They're trying to make his money. I ain't mad at that man. I don't knock his hustle.
He pimping though.
Y'all gonna make me go watch a couple of his videos. And if I get mad, I'm telling y'all right now, if I can't sleep tonight, somebody gonna stay.
No, he that dude. Like
you can text me, Jamie.
He the dude. Derek Jackson is the dude that was the homie. And you tell him all your problems about your man. He be like, he did what, girl? That's so messed up.
You too beautiful.
You want me to rub your shoulders? You want me to rub your shoulders? Really? He told you that? I would never tell you that. I'm gonna get your lawyer. Let me rub your lower back. Look, your back.
Those pants look uncomfortable. Let's just take those off.
You're so tense. That dude's stressing you out. That dude is stressing you out.
She on point though. That's facts. Just straight up.
He was a dude who didn't have no game, and the only way that he can sleep with somebody is to listen to
no problem. Straight
look,
up.
rub them in pure submission. Like he just he got some booty by default. Like she was going through something, and she slept with him because he was like he was a shoulder to cry on.
I cannot. A big broad shoulder.
For real, man.
No, women don't really like dudes like that. We tolerate dudes like that.
Rude Boy cracking up. Rude Boy says he appreciates an open mind and covering all aspects of an argument, especially with the different people on the panel. He said he didn't want to say simp. Dude's a simp. Let me tell you, Rude Boy always comes through.
That's a fact, bro. He'll simp. Straight up.
CT Rude Boy always comes through. He's always supportive. I thank you, sir. You guys, I'm looking at it again like he can see me right here.
You've done that all night.
Get me together. Get me together, you guys. Get me together. Just give me a little tap on the shoulder. You know, I'm going to blame it on the wine. TC. CT as a TC. CT Rude Boy, I appreciate your patronage. I appreciate your support. I appreciate your interaction. You know, we talk about being content creators and we talk into a camera. The comments keep us going and give us life. So I'm going to just ignore the fact that I just stuttered right there. I'm going to blame it on the alcohol. Joe said, I can tell you're lying, but I'm not lying when you stutter. He said, Yonci, you the realist. That's so nice. What was I going to ask? I was going to ask you guys something. Oh, okay. You guys don't have to, kiss the ring. I want honesty. You guys have seen for a while, Mr. Off Camera. Kashif said, Mr. Off Camera, he definitely hit the nail on the head on Jackson. It's one thing to be honest about men, but Jackson is straight pandering. Do you guys think that I am one-sided? And this is a question for the dudes. Or do you guys think that on average, I tend to be even when it comes to my feedback and my information I put out there? I'm curious to know, Antoine and Tony. Tony's been rocking me for a while, so.
Right. First of all, y'all need to tell her that Mr. Off Camera got a name. See how y'all do put me out there like that?
She would know your name if you were on camera.
Ooh. That was a good one. I like that one. Do it again.
On camera.
I do it one more time. Do it again.
On camera.
I like the way you wrote that. What I'm talking about.
Look at Jill Scott.
You said actually wrote that right. She can resonate that right. Oh, man. That was one for the moment. Thank you.
All right, so what are your thoughts? I'm going to start with Tony because he's been around the longest. I'll say I'm going to start with Tony.
No, girl, I'm new to this platform, so I gotta get some time. Yeah,
But you've been around on Facebook, so there are usually people who, there's an accusation that they pander to women or that they pander to men. And I try to be even across the board and be honest both ways. So I'm just curious to know from people who have seen my content, long term, if there's a thought.
On these lives, you cater to women because y'all be tag teaming the men. That's all I got to say.
on the video for sure.
You call me Dr. Doodoo and you call me off camera. And see, that's biased because you don't talk to the women.
We didn't call you off camera. That's inaccurate. That's inaccurate.
First of all, Antoine, Yonci came for me when she said, play Amazing Grace. So she be fair with her BS. Don't do that.
True.
Hey, Tony, you see how all the women try to jump me just then at one time? Jamise included, and they see all of it.
When you had your amen corner early, your amen corner
sure
did.
What
you got to do is talk to your
Jermaine.
amen corner offline and tell them they can't leave you here on your lonesome. That ain't a us problem. That's a you problem.
See how they work. See how they feel going over. See how that's
right. You need to have a conversation with your amen corner.
And then look at Yonci. See, she know what she be doing.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Okay.
Nah, you ain't biased though.
Well, you guys truly have been awesome. I'm gonna go ahead and start to close this thing on out, you guys. I want to say thank you so much to those of you guys who watched. And first, let me just acknowledge something. I have no idea why my camera puts a yellow hue on. I look like I have full jaundice. Like I look like a newborn baby who is like full jaundice right now that needs to be put under a heat lamp. I don't really look this yellow in real life. I am yellow, skin. What is it? Yellow bone? Yellow. What is the word? I can't even think of it right now. The wine.
I got a statement.
That's because you be biased towards men. That's why. That's the blow is short.
Why are you light skinned then?
Jesus Christ. Lord. Yonci, I just want you to know that you acting like the black person. You be like, all right, I'm leaving right now. And then 10 minutes later, you still having a conversation. And then 30 minutes later,
still saying the goodbyes.
Yeah.
We still standing in the church parking lot 2 hours.
I promise I'm reading the bulletins. All right, stand by. So I want to say, you guys, Lord willing, by next week, my new camcorder, I aged myself. Oh my God. My new webcam will be here. I will not have the jaundice ministry going on. So just
the bias ministry.
Let the Lord work on me. I'm working on that, you guys.
Maybe next week you'll be on camera.
Ooh. Look at that thought.
Hey, wait. So you ain't gonna be laying down waiting trying to come at me. You feel me?
No, Antoine, you can't come back from that. We gotta sing God be with you. Be with you.
Until we meet again.
God be with you.
Yes,
Tony, yes.
You gotta come back with a selection.
I so need Tony to close us out. I promise you. I promise.
Hey, you are on my side, brother.
Come on, Tony. Tony, I gotta do some social media plugs, so I need you to back me up. Play me some music, sir. Give me some good church music. Come on.
Really?
Here we go. Come on, Tony. Let him use you. Y'all. Tony, let him use you. Tony, act up.
Tony, you was there with us.
On my side, brother. She just tried to kick me. Jamise just came for me.
Tony, give me some church bulletins music. Tony, come on now. I need some church bulletin music. Here we go. All right, guys, come on now. Let me get through these bulletins. Here we go.
Ashanti, this ain't over either. I got you.
Come on, Tony. What you got? There we go. If you would like to join our panel next week.
Oh, yes, honey.
Please come through.
Oh, he playing.
Here we go. Come on, Tony. Don't leave me hanging.
Come on, Tony. I'm about to turn my volume up. Come on, Tony.
Tony, the person that be.
The finish the announcements, girl. Go ahead.
Okay, keep going, Tony. Come on, Tony.
Oh, he gonna give you talking music.
I was gonna say he on that Craigslist.
He's gonna play your background.
He that Craigslist musician where you find him on Craigslist. Okay.
Hey, no, he's a great musician, Yonci. You would not do my brother like that.
I want to hear some of this great music, though. I want to hear it. I'm trying to do my
all your church catalogs.
I'm trying to do my Patreon, but I'm waiting for a good little selection. Come on, Tony. Come on,
You
Tony.
gotta start talking. It's cause you ain't went to the black church, so you don't know. Okay, so I got you. No, but I got. No, that's not what I was trying to say, y'all. I was trying to say, I'm going to tell you how this goes. Because it's a way that it goes. So what's going to happen is you're going to start talking. And then he going to back you up.
Okay, here we go. So I'm going to start.
Black church.
All right, let me start. Here we go. If y'all would like to participate, if y'all would like to support this ministry, you can go to patreon.com. That's patreon.com. I wasn't quite sure about that. We're going to try it again. patreon.com. You're going to go ahead and put the /Yonci. If you would like to support this ministry, you can join in on the regular level. You can join in on the VIP level. And on the VIP level, you too can join this cast. You can join on camera. You can share live.
That might sound like a mental health commercial.
Oh, I'm not done with my call to action. You don't have to stay in the YouTube comments. I said you don't have to stay in the YouTube comments. You could come on over to Patreon. You could come all over to Patreon.
Hey, glory.
/Yonci. 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 Just come on to Patreon. Now, if you want some more social media, I said if you want some more social media, you can move over to IG. You can just move over to IG. If you don't want to wait till Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday when I drop videos, I said if you don't want to wait, I said if you want some more in your life besides Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday, come on over to Instagram. The Instagram name is, I said the Instagram name is @ChasingYonci. Now, the good doors of the church are open. I'm not saying that you have to go home. I'm not saying that you even need to leave the parking lot. But what I am saying, thank you, Tony. Thank you.
Hey, all right, Tony.
What I am saying is that you do need to leave the hall. You need to clean up your plates, your cups with the juice and the cake. Get your stuff, get your babies, kids, get them out the nursery. We need to lock up the doors of the church.
What announcements are these?
We need to set the alarm. We need to go. I have things I need to tend to. So the doors of the church will be closed. If you need anything, you can leave it in the comment card, or you can find me on Instagram.com/ChasingYonci. I thank you so much. You guys have been amazing. I'm going to go ahead and leave this up here for a few more minutes for those of you who want to check it out. Write it down. Here's your moment. It's on the screen. He said, I'm going to rewatch to catch the parts I missed. That's what's up. Anyway, guys, I thank you so much. You guys have been amazing. And you know what I always say at the end? Tell someone that you love them. Good night and God bless. Stay black.
It sound like a charter.
Stay black, Lord. Stay black.
I love y'all.